1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? Yes. I need to do that. Can you hear me now? Good have the feedback. Got Knowledge Born. Shaquem SW 793rd. District 120 YSU. So you know we're about to go into the Instagram world over here in a second. Who knows how that's going to turn out? You know, last week, Instagram got pretty real. Self-realization. You know, we got a couple of brothers in here right now. Let's see what's happening. Let's go ahead and tap in over here on Instagram. I know it takes me a minute over here because I can't even. Okay. Okay, so yeah, we live on Instagram. Why Sense Exact. Of course, we are on Facebook too, A Large Fruit. We are on Instagram, A Large Fruit, and we are on the channel formerly known as Hotel, the Random Jews channel on all right, PC God, all on the business over here on Instagram. You know, I got the city science question. This little city science. Yeah, I did see that. Knowledge Born sent me an article about the state troopers in Massachusetts. Apparently, dozens of them have quit or are quitting because they don't want to comply with the vaccine mandate, which I understand perfectly, of course. Felix, Almanzar, I missed the last couple of lives. My apologies, your live streams have been helping me take out those pins so I can focus on the lessons and manifest as a true and living God. You know, it's funny because, well, it's not funny, but it just shows you. Hold on for 1 second. But yeah, the sciences that you're dealing with right there in terms of studying how to cash for homes. Welcome to the channel. But yeah, that's one of the things we was going to focus on. Once we get into the meat of the live. But what I wanted to ask the brothers though is, does anyone know who invented call waiting? Because I never liked it. I always just wondered, like from the very beginning, who came up with that. Does anybody know? Because I don't think it was a brother. I remember when it first came in the house, my mom had said that there's something, we got called away. I don't know what it was. I just kept hearing this strange beeping on the phone. I couldn't figure it out until eventually it's beeping one day and my mom's is right there. So when I'm like, yo, what is that beeping? She says, that's the call waiting. So she said, click over it. So when I click over it, it's her friend on the phone. She gets on the phone and just starts talking as if I was never on the phone. So me and Carl Wade got up to a bad start right there. And then it just, after that, it became a more contentious thing. Because, of course, after that, I never answered the call waiting again. See, before that, if I was on the phone, she just, her friends would call eventually and say the phone was busy. And then she would, yeah, she riff a little bit, but you didn't really have to, you could walk away from that, like, yeah, whatever. But then once it was call waiting, and now her friends is calling saying that they didn't get no answer, now it's she's taking it to another level now with the riffing over the phone. See, Shaquem said it was Dr. Shirley Jackson, a black woman. I figured that. I figured it had to be, I'm telling you from the very beginning, I figured that had to be the case. Yeah, she phone checked me on some Rikers Island shit, man. So, after that, I'm on my phone time, I'm on my slide. I'm not trying to, but it never recovered. It just got worse and worse. It got worse and worse as time went on. '73 said, as the son of a New York telephone mob bellman, I should, especially when it happened while we were teens, had to get my own line with all that confusion. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it was a lot of things, I'm telling you that, I personally blame on call waiting. And when call waiting came, you know, see my mom started having these back-to-back conversations. See, like before that, she'd be on the phone, and then when they hang up, she'd look and be like, oh, that's what time it is? Let me start then. Then when call waiting came, now she's on the phone. She tell this friend, let me go. I got somebody on the other line. Because the other line comes, and now I say, oh, girl, yeah, book. Now it's a whole other conversation. So I started knowing at that point, once a certain time passed, that yeah, see, it's going to be something like pork and beans or cereal for dinner tonight. Time she get off here, she'll be tired. I ain't like that. See, like like see my mom. Sometimes I come home from school, it's still 3:30, 4 o'clock. My mom's already in there getting busy. But I already know that before I go outside to play, I stop by the kitchen to check it out. You got the barbecue sauce out. Got the mixer over there. We about to have some sweet potato pie. But when you come in and it's that never-ending conversation going on, it's not looking good. It's not looking good at all. So that's when I knew that, that it wasn't like, think about it for a second. The black man's not going to invent a device to interrupt him while he's building. Of all the things, in all my genius capacity that I might think of, I'm not going to invent something that's going to interrupt me while I'm building. At least I said, believe it or not, a lot of our people invented or moved technology forward and got little or no credit. I mean, guaranteed, I'm sure, that, call waiting, that technology itself is a culmination of many technologies, over the years. For instance, the touch tone phone had to be invented before you could have call waiting. BC realm. But I'm just saying that's to me, that's a dubious distinction. If your invention is called waiting. You ever click on the other line? You ever click on the other line and the person that's calling you is calling you to tell you the same thing that the first person was already telling you? It's stuff like that that makes me, I've never been a fan of call waiting. There's a couple other things like that, from, ever since I was young, I always wondered who invented that. We got a little more people getting in from the With It I Miss crew. We're just waiting on them to come in, and then we'll get into this title of the civilization class today. The devil's still fooling them 87 years later. Divine understanding. You never sit around and think about that? And how many things you can say, listen, I don't think brothers, if brothers invented that, that's definitely one of those inventions that backfired. That's one of them times where you have to understand what you build. You ever saw a meme? There was a meme that was circulated on the internet like some years ago. I can't recall exactly when. But The meme says something like, a true friend is not somebody that bails you out of jail when you do something stupid. The true friend is somebody who couldn't bail you out of jail in that situation because they're in jail with you for doing something stupid with you. See, black men just don't think like that. That's not how the black man thinks. I bet you money the black man didn't come up with that. To those that's from the outside looking in, you're not a black man. Look, that's like it's not an uncommon topic to come up in conversation where a black man will say to another black man, look, I'll go to war with you. Kill for you, die for you, give you your shirt off my back. Not going to jail with you. Nah, not going to jail with you. Black Seeds, peace. That's not how the black man thinks at all. My Gilchrist, wait a minute. Peace, black man.
Peace.
Peace.
Oh, man.
All right.
I've been here a long time. I'm just passing through.
All right.
Oh, man.
VC Realm, Young Dub. Got Arkansas in the house. So VC Realm said, did you hear about Kyrie? I guess this is Kyrie Irving refused to take the vaccine and now he's not able to play home games. No, I didn't particularly hear about it, but yeah, it's not surprising. You know, Kyrie is not very indoctrinated.
Hey.
Joe Thornton, Shaquem, yeah, right, yeah. Some brothers, look, if you go to, look, I don't want to go through the search. I don't want to, I don't want to deal with that, period.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a little something. But where's the brother, Dominic Castro? Where's the brother that came in a minute ago talking about he studied the league in terms of studying blessings. But I don't know, Felix Almanzar. I don't know if we should put Miss Dr. Shirley Jackson in the Hall of Shame for that invention, but so Felix Almanzar said, I've heard the saying that a mother is not a person to lean on, but a person to make leaning unnecessary. Well, yeah, that's what, both parents is there to do. You know what I mean? To provide a launching pad. Yeah, knowledge born, yeah, you hit that on the head. Yeah, if you did something stupid, don't even run this way. Don't even come this way. If you doing something stupid, let me tell you straight, look, man, I'm dirty, I'm on parole, I just came home. we got 1,000 things. You say, listen, stay away from me, man. Peace. But yeah, indeed, that's what parents is there for. You're not there, you're not there to control and contain understanding. You're there to add knowledge and wisdom on, right? So that whoever the person is, in whatever capacity that you are helping them to rise to the top, Oh, this West Coast Wise born day. I hear West Coast. How old is now? 19? Got West Coast Wise. See, that's why I need my sound effects now, so I can hit the sound effects for West Coast Wise. The guy IB. I know IB is I know he got a lot of interesting topics today because the political sphere is really active right now between the mandates and things they trying to do about the new stimulus package or whatever. I'm sure the guy that beat got a lot of things to add on. Yeah, we need the sound effects. That's got to be the next thing I add on. I got to work on that next. Understanding wisdom. Damn, that's crazy, man. Did you realize that I had his knowledge before he was born? Some stuff like that still bugs me out. Like that's crazy to me. It's like, I remember when I just got it. But it just goes to show you. But Felix Almanzar, that topic you brought up about, how you want to get into focusing on your lessons, that is very important. You know what I'm saying? By you bringing that up, you kind of cut through, you know what I'm saying, a lot of the preliminaries and me introducing the topic. Because see, that is how the devil is still fooling them 87 years later. Because they ain't study your lessons. That's why. They didn't study their lessons. But see, when they studied them, right, they was looking that way. When they should have been looking the whole 360 degrees. Do you know why it's important for you to study your lessons? Especially when for instance, watching this channel. It's important for you to study your lessons, because if not, then you just a follower. And see, that's in there. That's in the lessons. See, you need to be doing what I'm doing. Like, I know all that individual shit and everybody's doing that. See, part of that is a game. See, if I got what I got from studying 120 lessons, right? And then I just turn around and start telling people, yo, well, yeah, that's just some, that's simple. That's some Muslim lessons. That's basic. That's basic. That's all you know. So let me tell you where the bullshit is in that statement. See, brushing your teeth and washing your ass is basic too. But that's not an excuse not to do it. So why is the fact that 120 lessons is basic, why is that an excuse not to know it? So it would be one thing if you're saying, well, okay, we've already covered that, now let's mention some things that's not mentioned in the lesson. Let's go into some things that's not mentioned in the lesson. I think I've shown over time that I know some things that's not mentioned in 120 lessons. But see, that's how you know shit is G. Because see, Yakub didn't get examined. See, Rachel and Leah, and they didn't go through the process to make sure they was unlike Yakub. They was his uncle's daughters. How could they be unlike him? But that's what you got to do. See, like right now, we talk about the vaccine. See, it's mandated for us, but Congress is exempt. That's how you know you follow it. Now, you could be following a noble and righteous leader, and he can lead you in the right direction. That can happen. It could really happen. It happens. You see, you don't really know. They don't never really tell you, all right, look, this is the science right here, what I studied. Here, take this, go see for yourself. Draw it up. These are all the tools that I use right here. See, if I don't tell you that, then you just a follower. And you would never learn the things what I learned, and you would still be being fooled 87, 88, 379 years later. Because you never studied the lesson. You never saw what it was for yourself. See, everything else is still the religious mindset. See, everything else is still the religious mindset, right? When now the power of certain things, the power even of the knowledge, wisdom, and understanding of what you're dealing with. Somebody asks you a question and you say, oh, well, you know, I don't really know all that. All I know is this. See, just when you started off with that mindset right there, you know, you see, is at one time, right? You know, that was, you know, common, you know, as we in the cipher we building, there's a lot of things that, you know, we would say. And one of the things that we would say is because of the devil's weakness, he's subject to become wicked. So see, if you're in a situation and you don't manifest your power, you know, and I ain't talking about, you know, even to do anything, you know, physically, I'm talking about your power. Then that's going to make you subject to experience wickedness, whether it's as a perpetrator of it or as a victim of it. Because you didn't use your mind. You got to study those lessons no matter how simple it is. Because, you know, with all this time, you know, I really, even though I realized that, you know, it's not like I didn't know that, but see, I just was thinking about my lessons and seeing that like in the last 2 days. That's one of the things that's in there. That you cause yourself to be one of 59,999 when you don't study your lessons. Because you're doing something other, if you're doing something other than what the leaders is doing, right? You don't walk like a duck. You don't quack like a duck. So why would you think that you a duck? See, we could go down the list of things that's incredibly simple. And most of them, you know, I would challenge, I can't think of one right now. I can't think of one thing that we learned that's basic, right? that you get to a point where you're so high powered, like the alphabet. I'm not talking about the supreme alphabet. I'm talking about the alphabet that you go to school and learn. A is for apple, C is for cat. That's very basic, but there never comes a point where you say, "Oh, I don't want to deal with that." Especially when you're dealing with your young. So when you hear people saying that, yeah, they right exact. 120 is simple. You got to look at the history of it, right? Where it came from, the time it was manifested, and who it was manifested for. Like we can look at the indoctrination of people right now, right? And that's with all this information out here now. You gotta remember, at that time in 1930, the average person walking around wasn't privy to the amount of knowledge we have now. Like somebody was talking earlier, which we first came up from who invented call waiting. And it turns out it was a black woman, right? Miss Shirley Jackson, Dr. Shirley Jackson, as they pointed out. And we can see that, all these people, they invented all these things, they wasn't recognized for it. Why is that? Does anybody realize you got a couple of new people came in, knowledge, why son, zigzag zig, now it's born, self I build, Kendall Rowland. You see, that's the thing, man. No matter how high you get, right, in this knowledge, right? Those basics is still going to be important. So, like I said, we got people that's been inventing things since the inception of America. But the average person didn't know that in 1930. The average person, in 1930, right? The leakies, the leakies that they the first people that found the oldest bones in Africa. They found in 1950s. I'm pretty sure that was like 1954. So that the black man was the original man. That wasn't common knowledge then. So it's an introduction. It is an introduction to, who we are and what our culture is. But see, every time somebody gets the knowledge, they got to go through that introduction. And see, if it ever comes a point where all the people who have had that official introduction is gone, and not everybody else that's here hasn't had it, now we start to stray far away. You see, being in this, I've seen how it can stray away even with people that got the knowledge. There's 1,000 things. Tying your shoes. That's basic. But I don't see nobody walking around saying, oh, see, I don't be tying my shoe, yo. Oh, that's what you're gonna do? Or you gonna test me? You gonna test me on tying my shoes? Or you gonna act like I don't know what I'm doing cause I'm walking around with my underarm stinking because that shit is basic. Taking a bath. Oh, so now if that one thing that don't make me God, that means now I'm not God now. No, you're not. You walking around like that, you're not. It's the same thing, peace. And you hear brothers say that, that's one of the funny things. Look, I apologize for going off on that little rant right there, but that's one of the funny things that brothers say. You ever heard brothers say that? The brother, he say he know 120, right? And then you ask him a lesson, and he don't know it. And then they say something stupid like, so would that mean I don't know 120 because I don't know that 1 degree? Well, technically, that's 119 degrees that you know. That is 119 out of the 120. So, you know 119 though. Technically, I know sometimes I'm a stickler that way. Can't always get caught up in what I'm saying, but yeah. My son Zigzag, Zig said the basics are the nails and screws that hold everything together. Yeah. And I'm gonna tell you another thing too that's often overlooked. And see, a lot of the people that we see that's the the flyest and the fanciest in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? Like the casual basketball fan, right? The casual basketball fan sees uh, Michael Jordan flying through the air and they think that it's his hops that made him Michael Jordan. No. It was his fundamentals that made him Michael Jordan. And see, one of the people who understood that tremendously was Kobe Bryant, where the thing that he had like Jordan was the footwork. That's what really made him like Jordan. Not the crazy off balance shots, not the dunking. It was that he had the footwork, right? The foundation to launch all of that other stuff from. When you look at all the people, as fancy as they might be, you see, Steph Curry doing certain things that their fundamentals is where they make their money. And it's the same thing with this. See, even if you got introduced to something, right, through having the knowledge, and then that thing became your thing. Like how many people you see all around? I'm talking about in different nations, right? I did, brothers and sisters out there, the NOI, the more signs, whatever it is. How many of those people did tell you that, yeah, when I first started out, I started out with the 5%. And to this day, they still, you would hear them manifesting and bear witness, right? And including a lot of our signs and whatever they dealing with. You see, the main reason for that is because we teach, right? And we dealing with the young, we dealing with the babies. And so, you know, when everybody else is, they're waiting until you can get kind of dues paying members. Nah, we out there, we going out there, all you gotta be is young. And then when we came into this knowledge, right, we became please how when we came into this knowledge, we became scientists, and then that degree of magnetic drew up other babies. Like a lot of things that, I'm building on now. That's what I'm saying. Like when you got kids that's 14, 15, 16, and they can break down, the square miles of the planet Earth and how much is land and how much is water and how much is the Pacific Ocean and how much is useful land and, like I said, this is before the internet. We wasn't just Googling this. It wasn't, just from your phone. You just look stuff up. And all of that is fly and fancy, but it started from 120 lessons. See, when all that flying fancy stuff, right? When it don't work like it's supposed to, you got to have those fundamentals to go back to. So you got to have those fundamentals to even gauge, right, with any type of, right and exactness, how well all that fancy stuff is going to work. And see, when you ignore that, that's when you end up with these situations that we be there and we have to ask, right? We have to ask, yo, man, I can't believe it's 2021. Why are people still doing this? Or why are people still falling for that? Yeah, 87 years from the date of that writing, 1934, to right now. But there's the dates of a whole bunch of other things too. See, I just arbitrarily picked that, right? Because we dealing with the lessons. But we could say since slavery, we could say since, civil rights, we could say since, brothers been, the academia and all of this has been opened up. Why is the same thing still happening all those time later? Because people didn't study whatever was the lessons of that. And yet we teach the science of everything in life, love, peace, and happiness. And so the fundamentals of that is a certain thing, but it can be anything. A person could be doing construction. And people say, yo, why are you still building leaning towers of Pisa? You building leaning towers of Pisa after you've been a builder for XYZ amount of years because you didn't study your lessons. You didn't study the lessons of whoever showed you how to do it, or you're going to be fucking up like that. And then you didn't study the lessons of where you fucked up. That's why you're a fool, because you didn't learn from somebody telling you. You didn't learn from your own mistakes, and you still don't know. That's a real fool. Kendall Rowland said, I used to wonder if Black people invented anything, and I found the book, Black Inventors from Africa to America, 2 million years of invention and innovation by C.R. Gibbs. Yeah, I wish it was a way to highlight that comment right there so people, a lot of people, they come on, they're interested in different books. That sounds very interesting. Black inventors, I never read it myself. Black inventors from Africa to America, 2 million years of invention and innovation by the author C.R. Gibbs. Now, I was born to the fundamentals by stuff like reading, writing, articulating, good study habits. Exactly. And see, just because these things is basic, a lot of things, look, see, even with the knowledge, I brought that up on here before. So you come on here and you learn a science about civilization, right? Dealing with, and we approach it from a very intellectual point of view. But remember, even these intellectual things, right? They have to be distilled down here to the planet of something that people is physically living out. You know what I'm saying? And so, you got to realize that the same civilization that we dealing with right now, right? When we say we 5%, right? This same civilization that we dealing with, see, our parents, those 85% that we be talking about, they showed us some of the fundamentals. See, when your parents, like I said, when your parents were teaching you how to brush your teeth, how to wash, they were teaching you that's how you be in civilized society amongst other people. Don't go amongst other people uncivilized. When they was teaching you, okay, look, these people over here, these people are a little bit older, they got a little bit experience, deal with them a certain way. They're a little bit different from these people over here that's your same age that you play with. See all that civilization? You see, some people, they come into this knowledge, right? And then they forget those civilizations, and then you're talking to people all kind of way that's not on your level. We're not talking about, we all on the same level of potential, right? We all the God, but see, this person over here, right, has manifested their potential, right, over and over, right, for many years while you're still building up your energy to manifest your potential. It doesn't make them a greater person than you, right? But it makes for the direction of how mathematics is supposed to flow. Who's the knowledge, who's the wisdom, and who's the understanding? You see? But you get this knowledge, and because you know some more facts, right, than this individual over here, right, or, he eat pig, or whatever the case might be. Now you forget that level of civilization and start talking to this person all crazy. And then you wonder why, because people is looking and they don't see all the civilization you're talking about. You're wondering why the people is not drawing up. You're wondering why is the devil still fooling them 87 years later? Why are they still 85%? Why are they still doing this or that? It's because you ain't manifesting no civilization that they, especially when you're talking about the 5%. Like Scrams, look, if ain't that good gonna come out of that, I'm not doing that. Like I'm telling you, as a 5%. Like just the different things, the fasting, studying, like, dude, I'm not doing all that. If I don't see, okay, these brothers, is this something they doing that I need to be a part of that. So this is the thing that you got to do because, that thing is so high that, I can understand why there's barriers. I can understand, I got to go I got to conquer this thing to be that. All right, sign me up. But see, if you ain't showing no civilization, people come to your house, why would you want to do all that? You know what I'm saying? You don't see. You see what I'm saying? So you gotta realize, man, that all those things is the levels of the civilization, man. Like whatever is at the bottom of the pyramid, that's a part of the pyramid, even if you don't see it. That's the foundation. See, some of those levels, let me tell you something. If we would have observed, right, a lot of the civilization that our parents were trying to teach us, we might not have needed to go. We might not have needed it to get this level of civilization. For some of us, I don't know, for some of us, that's what caused you. I see how it's the deal. Malik 757. We got some people over here on Instagram. I'm far away from the screen on YouTube, so people could be commenting over there. We'll never know. But I don't like Facebook anyway. Did I say YouTube or Facebook? I'm far away from Facebook, so I can't really see who's commenting over there. But I don't really like Facebook anymore. They can observe. Now, the born said parents taught us manners, and manners have gotten me through just about everything in life. Right. That's what I meant, guys. The way you said it was that was crystal clear. You understand what I mean? That things that your parents taught you, right, by observing that, right, open doors everywhere where you went in life. That's just to show you that it's civilization. It's things about civilization, right? That look, don't interrupt people when they talking. Now, see, if you observe that degree of civilization, right, when you come into the cipher for the first time with the 5%, that'll serve you well. But see, if you forget that and interrupt the guy when he's built, see, that could lead to a whole. I see a whole can, just you rather just wait your turn. Felix Almanzar said, I recall when I was a child, we couldn't be around grown folks when they were talking. Right. I'm a child of the 70s. Times have changed from when we were children. Yeah. All these is levels of civilization that see, this is the thing about civilization and why you got to teach the babies, right? Because see what's happening. And, that's one of the issues with teen pregnancy. At least in the society, the way we live in right now, where children's maturity is slowed down. You know what I'm saying? So, like children, you got people in their 20s, people, 25 to like, I'm still just a baby. Nah, stop. So, but in this present time, see what happens when you slow down the maturity like that, what you do too, right, is you slow down the transmission of the knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? And so what happens is if you got people that's 15, 16, 17, right, they haven't learned the civilization to pass it on to the next generation. The civilization hasn't ingrained in their cells where not only is it something that you hear your moms riffing about, but it's something that you've now come to the understanding, like you've been through things in life where you understand why she was going through all of that. You see what I'm saying? And so you see a lot of disrespectful kids because their parents never learned respect. You know what I'm saying? You know, the children is definitely going to show you, what kind of society you've built. You know what I'm saying? Like, for instance, here in the wilderness of North America, I'm talking about in the mainstream society, they built a society, right, where children are a burden. You know what I'm saying? Like, people would tell you, if you want to be successful, delay having children, have less children, whatever. That's the society that we've built. So, you know what I'm saying? So a lot of times when you look at the children, if you see them out there shooting each other, if you see them out there robbing and stealing, if you see them going to school and graduating and becoming, professionals, all of that is a mark of the kind of society that you built. You understand what I'm saying? West Coast Wise said, let's say you come from other said nations and come to this. How do you see them having 1 foot in each? I got my own seal on that. Well, see, now some of this is probably going to sound biased, right? As a person that got to knowledge when they was 15. You know what I'm saying? But see, the more things that you've been a part of, right, the less chance that you still a baby. Like, not too many people, like, for the most part, you had people who was like born in the NOI, you know what I'm saying? And, they might have, came in tune with the gods, and that's how they, that's their story. You know what I'm saying? That was their path to knowledge and wisdom. You know what I'm saying? But I don't really recall a lot of people that was like, yeah, I was a Hebrew Israelite and I was, Moorish and now I'm here at the guys, you know what I mean? I'm knowledge culture, I'm knowledge equality. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's not so much that they dealt with those other things, but it's just that, once they've done that, it's indicative that, you know what I'm saying, you're not in the prime target age group, let's say. The fifth element said listening is a skill indeed. Uh, learning is a part of knowledge, is a part of the foundation of all things that exist. And listening is the first stage of learning. So, it's not just a skill, it's at the top of the food chain of skills. It's a skill that you have to acquire pretty much every other skill. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very overlooked, ultra important skill. Guys, Sincere came in. 4108. Welcome to the channel. Everybody do the each one teach one, hit the like button. Because so we can get the other brothers that, because sometimes our alerts don't go out like that unless we do it ourselves by hitting the like button. Felix Almanzar said, I think the crack era changed all of that. Back then, it seemed the whole generation was on that stuff. Yeah, we had a little. You might have missed that one we have a little city science segment. You know, recently we've been having a city science segment. I don't know. Should we make the city science segment a permanent part of the channel formerly known as Hotel? I don't know what y'all think. Type one in the comment box here if y'all think we should make the city science segment the permanent part of the channel formerly known as Hotel. But yeah, you know, the crack generation in New York, you know, I don't know, you know, but the crack generation was the people born from 1955 to 1965. There's a little, you know, I'm not saying that that's 100%, but I would say a good 85%. You know what I'm saying? The medicine room, indeed, that's another we can't. Yeah. So should we do that? The medicine room segment, as well as the medicine room segment and the city science segment. You know, city science. You know, sometimes I have some things that you know. See, yeah, with everything in life, you know, if you're doing something, there's an opportunity cost. Like while you was doing that, there's some other stuff you wasn't doing. So see, while I was busy studying this knowledge, there's things that I missed that I don't know what's going on with that. You know, if you know anybody that know me, they tell you that sometimes it be something like real, like everybody know, I don't be knowing, I don't be here. Fly Freddy from the Providence Plantations. The G building, the medicine room, no doubt. But it's time, you know, I've been this wasn't really a rant. I had little times in me I was ranting. But now, you know, we have a brother here. The people on Instagram can see him. The people on Instagram can see him, but and the people on Facebook can see. Let's see, hold on. Okay, all right, Zaid Shahid. But so yeah, we got a guest here now, so we get into some teaching. So what's your name, bro?
Government name, Mario Stroud. But I go by another name, Pianki Amos. Shock Amos, you know. Was inspired by him because he's my favorite scholar. But I study a little bit of everything. And yeah, I came here before. I want to come back because, you know.
You came to the class before?
Yeah.
I think you came on one. You came in my class.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I do. You look a little familiar. So since then you've been dealing with the magnetic.
Oh.
I said since then you've been dealing with the magnetic.
Yeah.
All right. So you know, what's the signs? You know, what you came to add on or
yeah, I study a little bit of everything. You know, my father's he's a father.
All right. Who's your father?
Mario Fuller. Well, he went from jail. He didn't, you know, come here. Oh, I don't know.
What was his name?
Mario.
No. What's his 5% name?
I don't know.
He had the name before he was born or after?
I don't know. All I know is, you know, about God food and
Well, not for nothing. You know what I'm saying? You know, when you got a resource like that, you know what I'm saying? You know, that's uh, you know, on a lot of levels, right? You got to do the knowledge to that history right there because see, that's your history. You understand what I mean? And that's the science, you know, on another level where in terms of you know, and I heard Shaka Utmost talk about this type of thing before too, where it's like, yo, you know, you study the meta and you know, you study all these ancient civilizations and you know, you could study the human genome and the DNA and you know where people descend from and all of that, right? Uh But what about your own family history? You know what I'm saying? Do you know where you came from and what these people did and what their accomplishments is? You see what I mean? Because something about your abilities is going to be in there too. You see what I mean? Even look, even if it's a situation that might not be an ideal situation between parents and children, right? See, on positive and negative, meaning you know, without you knowing your parents, right? You may not know that like they got people that have high blood pressure genetically. You know what I'm saying? You know, not from necessarily eating the wrong stuff, but of course eating the wrong stuff will aggravate. You know what I'm saying? So without you knowing that, your life is at risk. You understand what I mean? Or the same way on a positive plane, right? Let's say LeBron James, right? He never met his pops growing up. He didn't know. So they probably didn't have a good relationship or nothing. You see what I mean? At the same time, his pops is a Cleveland basketball legend. He just, you know, he got caught up in drugs or whatever, so he never made it. But he had all the records in that area until LeBron came along. From what I understand, I haven't, you know, somebody might come on and say I'm wrong, but I know he was a basketball legend. So even though he didn't know him, right? Even though they, of course, couldn't have had a good relationship, right? For him to not, you know, be a witness that yeah, it's something about my pops, right? That has something to do with what I was able to accomplish. You understand what I'm saying? And so, you know, you gotta look into that. You know what I mean? Like your pops he might tell you something, you know what I mean, about his pops. You know what I mean? And so then you might see that, oh, you know, all right, I see that brothers in my family, right, have been interested in the knowledge for a long time. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, now I'm living it out in my time. You see what I mean? So, you know, when you come here, right, and we say knowledge of self, don't forget about that part. See, just like I was saying, in terms of the things that your parents is teaching you, right? You know, that civilization that you don't forget about, right? The same thing with all this DNA, whatever it is. That's a part of your foundation. You see what I'm saying? That you can't forget about. Because there's all things, there's all knowledge, you know, about, you know, like I said, your health, your biology, you know what I'm saying? Like when you go to the doctor, right? Before they even, you know, well, the beginning of their examination is, hey, what's going on with your family?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You got this in your family, you got that in your family, you got this in your family. That's the beginning of their examination. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just telling you, I ain't gonna say before you know you go anywhere else, but don't leave that part of your I don't want to say search because see the knowledge is inside us. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know, you know, you start seeking and all of this, and you know, a person could become just a dogmatic seeker. Just like a person could just be a dogmatic religious person is people that's dogmatic about seeking. See, like me, I've already learned enough about the black man. I'm, not saying that I'm not open. If somebody comes right now to tell me, did you know that this thing right here is happening inside the black man's body? You see what I'm saying? Like at one time, I didn't know what made our skin like that. Like I knew it had something to do with the sun, but I didn't know that inside the black man's body is this thing called melanin and it's reacting in this way and that way. You see what I'm saying? Right now, you can find out it's something that science ain't measured that yet, but it's happening inside the body. I'm not saying that I'm not open to that. I'm not saying that I'm not open to, understand that, okay, yeah, it might be a different, a cipher that I got to go in, right? And I had to apply my mindset in a way that I don't know about yet. You see what I'm saying? But in terms of, you don't have to show me, people come, there's pyramids, there's pyramids over there. Yeah, now the black man is, I already knew the black man was God. I don't need you to tell me the black man was the mechanic on the spaceship. I don't need you to tell me none of that. We can get past that part. You understand what I'm saying? But Dr. Vinci is doing his 3-day fast. Yeah, Dr. Vinci is over here on Dr. Vinci is over here on, I saw him on Instagram earlier. Instagram, people is in and out. It's not the same as the channel formerly known as Hotep. You know what I mean? AKA the G Building, AKA the Medicine Room, AKA Street Science Central. That's how. Who's that? But it's funny though, because I was getting ready to fast, but I was going to start on Monday. Do a little light work. That's how I do. But so yeah, do you have any questions? Like because Shaka Amos is pretty thorough in his his research and his speaking. So do you have particular questions, or you just came to observe? What's the sign?
Yeah, I came to observe. No, I don't have any questions. Like I said, I came to, watch it. I know how you speak.
Mm-hmm.
It's very powerful. Knowledge is, serious. It's real, it's real. I love knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
It runs in my family, history and science. I think it's, we have a passion for it.
Mm-hmm.
And what made me start coming in the first place, I don't mean to be bringing his name up all the time, but Rob Warren, the way the guy speaks, I don't know where he gets sources from, but the guy's intelligent. So,
well, he tell you where he get it from. You see that's what I was talking about earlier. You know what I'm saying? When he tells you where you can go and research the same thing when he researched. That's what you gotta, when you listening, don't just be listening on face value. Be taking your mental notes of the things like, okay, if a person says that name right there, all right, who's that person? Look that person up. You understand what I'm saying? Oh, they said that this happened on that date right there. All right, look that event up. You understand what I'm saying? Because I saw Rob on yesterday. He was here yesterday. Where that's his goal. Like his goal is not to become like a lecturer. You know what I'm saying? That's why you don't see him as much anymore, you know, on the different platforms, just you know, giving speeches and debating and stuff like that, right? Because his goal is to teach. Like he wants other people to have this knowledge so that they can activate on it and make decisions on it. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, like, if we have to make a political decision, right? Let's not just make it based on the emotion. Let's make it based on the history that we know, you know, our people did this, and this, and they were successful at it. You know what I mean? So, like, when he's telling you about, let's say, Richard Allen and the brothers out there in Philly that, you know, they played their part in, you know, Black people achieving freedom, justice, and equality at the, I think even before slavery was over. Their time was. You gotta check that, but it's like that's what I'm saying. Because we got the names, because I tell you the place, all right, Richard Allen, Philadelphia. Now you could go look that up. You understand what I'm saying? Because now that's what I'm saying. So now if we doing something and we got a political issue that we want to deal with, right? We got all these blueprints that occurred throughout history. See, that's what the history is about. See, other than that, it's just a set of trivia. You understand what I'm saying? If you just saying, you know, I could just pull, you know, look, on this day in 1955, Joe DiMaggio hit 5 RBIs. That's history. You understand what I'm saying? But it's not the same as the stuff I was just saying, right? Because of the whole science was the foundation of it and was the outcome of it and the amount of people and how it affected them. Yeah, you hit those 5 RBIs, but only Yankee fans happy about that. But see, if you see somebody did something, oh snap, yo, the Black Panthers did that, and now, you know, everybody that's been to school, you know, since that time, you've had breakfast, school breakfast, right? Because of them. Right? Now, that could just be trivia. You just put that in a snapper cap, right? And just say that. Or you could look at that and say, that's how, you know, what's the foundation? Okay, they took it upon themselves, right, to do something for their own babies from their own community. And it was so powerful, right, that everybody had to follow that leadership. So now we see a way how we can make a change, right? That's not just positive for us right here in our community, but how that thing could go all around. See, a lot of people not following that example now, what they doing? They run their mouth and they not taking the actual action, you know what I mean, that brothers is doing. They not saying, okay, look, we're gonna do this ourselves. They trying to politic the government to do it. You see what I'm saying? That's something where now you can draw up a lesson. So, you know, energetic science. So, you know, that's the science of lessons, you know what I'm saying? And the science of listening when you're listening to all these different people. You know what I'm saying? See, just like I told you before when you came, right? You know, you ain't gotta jump off the, you know, we gotta jump off the diving board, you know what I'm saying, in the you know, the first day you come in tune with, you know, whatever knowledge it is. You know what I mean? You got a way of judging. You understand what I'm saying? You know, just in terms of you don't want to, it appears, it might seem like ulterior motives, but it's not. You got to weigh and judge things to see what you're getting out of it, whether it's positive or negative. You understand what I'm saying? And that means weighing and judging all sides because see, sometimes there's there might be some positive that you can get out of something, but then the negative might really outweigh the positive. You know what I'm saying? Like for instance, you got dudes that look for about 18 months, he was rich. You could have any car you wanted, you had all the jewelry you could imagine, the finest woman. But then you did the next 30 years in the penitentiary. You see what I'm saying? So you really got to look at, all right, what are you getting out of this? You know what I'm saying? That, just because you're getting something out of it, it don't necessarily mean that it's bad or that, it's greed or it's about money. You know what I'm saying? What you got out of it might have been a correction in your mindset, right? That stopped you from having negative experiences. You see what I'm saying? So with whatever you're dealing with, so just like right now, you're dealing with the metal nether, right? Like in what ways, and it's not a shot at you, I'm just asking, right? This is a question that everybody needs to ask themselves about whatever it is you're doing, right? In what ways can you distill that knowledge into this time? You know what I mean? Like one of the ways that I've heard people say it, right, is just from the religious aspect, right, that you're kind of pulling your spiritual power from a religion that Black people made instead of a religion that white people made. You know what I'm saying? And that's I'm a witness to that. But in what other ways, right, is that knowledge distilled into this time right now where we could, elements of that culture can translate into now so that we can use it. See, because that's the thing about the 5%, and even see why a lot of people think that we caught up in only 120 lessons, right? And speaking mathematics is because the history doesn't mean anything to us unless we can use it for something right now. Like right now, wipe all that off the board. The score is 0-0. I don't care how much stuff you invented for 2 million years. I don't care about right now, the score is 0-0. And this game has been going since 1964.
Okay.
Like at that point, that's when we knew that there even was a game. That's when we, the 5% of Law World Manifest, in 1964. And so whatever it is from that time, anything that happened before that, it has to mean something in the post-1964 world. They see there's like for instance, right? You see people walk up and down the street, with all the robes and shit on. So that shit that's got something to do with living in the desert. That's not really Islam. It's not a Black thing. That's a living in the desert thing. Now, yeah, the science of clothing and protecting yourself from temperature, yeah, we still that it's the same science, but we apply it in a different way because we're in a different climate with different temperatures that in weather phenomena that we got to protect ourselves from. You don't have to protect yourself from snow in the desert. So all that stuff that happened, yeah, we acknowledge it. No question. All those things happen, all those people, right? All praise is due. You see, it's one of them things where look, if you Kobe Bryant, yeah, you want to be like Mike and all that, but look, Mike already got his chips. You gotta win yours. And so that's the time right now. We can't sit back and say, oh, well, Harriet Tubman was this great and Ramses was that great. So, we can. It's right now. We can. Nah, you're gonna have to conquer some land and rent
Or, did you see these signs?
today.
Calling.
Nah, I said it yesterday.
Oh, okay. You heard about it last night,
Carl?
right?
Carl?
Right up there, yeah. Car. While I'm doing it, somebody. Man, sack of shit.
Oh, you said we. I think you said he. Oh, yeah. Well, we get to that. Ah, man. Shit crazy. Woo. Shit crazy. But, so back to the question, what I'm saying, though, is, have you considered that in what ways? Because that's what we got to do. So, because especially when we start getting too intellectual, and this to me has been happening, we start getting too intellectual, and what happens is you leave the kids out. And then you're wondering why, at 17, they on the street shooting each other. Because all the programs you have is for grown people. Like all of this stuff that you're giving out, like people would say, again, 120, that's some basic, simple shit, But yeah, because it's for babies. Like that was a huge difference. If you come in at 120, you got 8 lessons. Now it's a lot, when you first looking at it in terms of putting it on cap. But the Bible is, the one we have, King James, is 66 chapters. I don't even know the number of pages. I suppose that would depend on the size of the book and the lettering and all of that. But it's 66 chapters. The Quran is how many surahs? I'm sure. Where's Mr. Spock? Are you in here? Mrs. Spock can know something like that. I see 120, give you a little packet like that. And then you can hit the streets and experience, you know what I mean? Go through this. Now you can hit the streets and activate this in a way where you can start to really, really learn from it, through application. See, application and implementation is, which is what I'm talking about, is something that's very, is more important. It's one of those things like learning. Just like learning is to knowledge, application is to knowledge. And so, you get to all this complicated stuff, right? But then what is what is going to be now the mode of implementation for this? You know what I mean? It's like any plan that you have, you devise this complex plan, how you going to implement it? The implementation, you make it difficult, you got all this complex stuff, but even if you got a simple plan, if you got the wrong people, that don't know how to implement it, then you will never get to the best part. See, I keep talking after I ask you the question. I'm gonna be quiet now. So I was just telling you how my mom would talk on the phone all the time. Now y'all see how I do these lives. But go ahead.
So, the question you asked was in reference to the meta-netter.
Yeah, how would you?
How I apply it.
Yeah.
Well, I want to learn. I just want to learn how to read it. Just want to
All right, now look, what I'm saying is something that I've heard Shaka Utmost say on videos on YouTube, right? That we really don't need any more people to learn the mathematics. Like we don't need any more scholars in that. And the way I understood his point was that, look, just having a whole bunch of people and we can sit around and speak to each other in the meta, right? But then nobody's a plumber, nobody's a chef, nobody's a farmer. All the things that we need to put that society together. You guys know what I mean? Like in Kemet, right? Everybody wasn't sitting around writing down the meta. Some people had to be growing that wheat. Some people had to be building those pyramids. Some people had to be doing that medicine. Some people had to, you understand what I'm saying? It's all these different things. And that's, again, levels of civilization and society. That's not just about this stuff that we're talking, and yeah, it sounds good, and brothers can flow from the survival scrolls and all of that. You see, when you flush the toilet, where does the shit go? Does it stay in your house? Does it, you understand what I'm saying? These is matters of civilization. Knowing how to apply it. Like, see, you could know all the seasons. Yo, this is the rainy season right here. You see, once we master this, we'll be like, okay, this is the rainy season, right? And now we know that the Nile is going to flood at this time. So we're going to plant our crops right now because they're going to be the most successful at this time. So that's the application of something that they just observed. You see what I'm saying? So, like I said, these things is intriguing, right? But I'm not saying that that's not in the meta, but I'm just saying that whatever it is that you're learning, right? Do it right with the mindset that the final stage of learning, see, just like I said, the first stage of learning is listening. The final stage of learning is application. That's the final stage. You see what I'm saying? Like, see, we could watch brain surgery. We could watch brain surgery right here on YouTube. And there'll be some things that we learn if we pay attention, right? But anybody who's smart would not let us operate on their brain after that. You see what I'm saying? Because we just did the theory. We didn't do no application. So, whatever it is that you're studying, if you go to carpentry school, if you go to carpentry school, right, you got to do that with the mindset that you're going to build houses one day. You got to realize that that's a degree of attention you got to pay. Like, here's the thing, I can tell you that's plastic. I can tell you. I've seen people put it up before, but I was just observing it. I was watching them do it. But I wasn't really observing it, right, from the standpoint of me applying it. Because, see, if I was, then I would ask certain questions. And see, that not for nothing, I'll be testing people with that. Don't tell nobody. I know when you don't want people to know things, you shouldn't say it on intergalactic media, but don't tell nobody. I be testing people with that. See, when I ask people if you got questions, right, and you have them, then I know that you've been trying to apply the science. You've been thinking about it And you've been thinking, you're like, wait a minute, guy. But wait. All right, I got this part, guy, but I don't got that part. I don't see how that works with the. See, I know you've been dealing with this. So like I said, like we only got a few, don't tell nobody else. You see, when you studying your lessons, right? Look, I wait for you, Solimar, peace. Welcome to the channel. Well, actually, Solimar been here before. Peace. This is the channel formerly known as Hotep, aka the Medicine Room, aka the G Building, aka City Science Central. What was I saying right before that?
I forgot.
See, now look, what I was saying is that when you come with the questions, that's when I know who's been dealing with the application. See, like, look, you know when is the main questions that look, when a person comes up and asks that question, whoever they ask that question always just smiles. Because it's a question that's like, oh, you serious, son? You serious. You ain't playing. When a person comes in and asks about that 900 years in the first degree and the 140, oh yeah, he's getting it, or she's getting it. Whichever. See, they paying attention. And they're really, they're not just taking this on face value that you put that number right there. See, like for instance, today, right? Wisdom God or being born, right? Because I do funny stuff like that to just stay on point, I also deal with the understanding equality degree in the 136 and the 140 today because it born. So, I go through all my lessons during the month. It's a little advice that I use. You know what I'm saying? So in the midst of that, as I was going through that, and for me, when I quote the lessons, and when I'm quoting the lessons to myself, a lot of times, a lot of the understanding that I had to the lessons will also run through my mind. You know what I mean? Brian 528, welcome to the room. And so one of the things that I thought about is that in that degree, when it says 2,197,351 days, right? The leap year days are not counted. Now, here's the thing. It wasn't always leap years. It wasn't always leap years during the time that's accounted for in the 6,020 years that he's calculated. And it also wasn't always 12 months. And none of that is included in the calculation in that degree. See, I know that because, I wanted to check it. Everybody know how I feel about logic, but I got. Sometimes I got double check it. just to make sure. I'm funny that way. See, when you really get into the lessons on that level, right? And you start coming around with those kind of conversations, that's when brothers know, oh, see, now I can hit you with all the understanding. See, some people, you gotta get them the basics, because that's what they can absorb. You see, when I see that, you know, you go beyond the surface. You don't just have the surface knowledge that we can see with the naked eye, the 196,940,000 square miles. You see, you can break it down. You can go into the land of the water. And you can go into the 7,926 miles of diameter, which is beneath the surface. See, you going beneath the surface, right? So see, when brothers see you doing that, they give you a flashlight. And one of them helmets, they give you a flashlight, one of them helmets, and an orange vest, like the people that be down there. What's this here? Khalid Ashur said, is it wrong to give your own children lessons, or are they required to be enlightened by another in this said nation? Whoa. Why would they be required to be taught by somebody else? I mean, see, this knowledge does not travel through the bloodstream. It travels through the mind. And so what I've seen, you know, in my time having knowledge, right, is that everybody got to go through an 85% phase. Like even the brothers that I know that was born in this, that, you know, brothers I grew up with, they all had an 85% phase. You know what I'm saying? Like even if they had the knowledge and knew their lessons the whole time, they spent a period of time doing things they shouldn't have been doing. You know, this has to really be seen for everybody. You know, it has to be seen, you know, by everybody for themselves. You know what I'm saying? You know, there's no compulsion in this. And so you got to remember that. See, we chose this. When they say that, you know, we the ones that chose ourselves, they got to choose themselves too. You understand what I'm saying? You know, we thrust this upon them. You know, and so, yeah, in order to see it for what it really is, sometimes they got to go walk on that other side. You know what I mean? And then in the midst of that, right, they end up running in to 5%ers on the street who ends up teaching them, right? Listen, in the same way that I said we reach a certain age and a certain stage where you might start to stray away from some of the civilization that your parents taught you, the manners that they taught you, you know, having respect and all those things. See, the knowledge becomes one of those things to our children. Like study your lessons is like clean your room to our children. You see what I'm saying? And so, yeah, a lot of times they're going to have to go out there and experience other things to see what you're telling them. But that's a child-parent dynamic. You know what I'm saying? With everything, you know, you're going to have to go through certain things in life. You know what I mean? You know, you get to the job market and you see that, yo, all of these people keep asking you about school. You know, now you understand why your parents was, you know, so uptight about you doing well over there. You see what I'm saying? But, you know, no one's required to teach but you. Like, you know, just see, there's some things that you got to understand that, look, this is a statement that's mathematically solid. it cannot be transgressed. See, the only person supposed to teach is you. Only person word is bond is yours. So there's no way that anybody else, look, could be a great brother. You go get, look, the most eloquent, fire-breathing lion in the nation. You are still the one. When we say word is bond, you can't say somebody else's word is bond. So, there's dynamics to it, in terms of at least the way I've seen, people grow up successfully in the nation, a part of this culture. You know what I'm saying? But, I would just refer you, Khalik Asil, I would refer you to the universal flag, which, by the way, is also coincides with today's degree, but, I would refer you to what the holy and greatest universal flag of Islam is and what it means as an answer to that question. So 410A asks, was that just an error, or did Elijah have an explanation for that? No, I don't think Elijah ever explained it. It's not what do you mean, an error in terms of Elijah made an error in his calculation? Because in fact, is Love Eternal, is Arabi, you still there? There is another book, I want to say it's Our Savior Has Arrived. It might be Theology of Time, but in that other book, he's making the same point, right, about how much time is left in the Quran, and he includes the 900 years. But by the time that book is written, I think it's like 9,954 years left in the Quran at that point. But, when you say an error, like, wasn't Elijah's error? Or, Aquarius, MC, Virgo, Sun, Gem, Rising. Welcome to the channel. Peace. Are we gonna go in that direction today? A little astrology. We had an astrological question last week. You sound very advanced. You sound very advanced in the astrological sciences.
Hey, Darkim.
Finish you up?
Yeah, see you tomorrow.
All right.
Hey, be safe.
L7, you in your bag again tonight. Is this a good live? I don't know. Sometimes I lose a little track. But I was, I did a little bit of thinking this weekend. And I didn't waste too much time. I wasn't doing, sometimes I do that. I spend some time doing some frivolous things. And then sometimes I literally, sometimes the reason why it takes so like I might be a little bit late bringing the live on. That's what it is. Sometimes I'm coming up with you know, I just freestyle. Brandon Figures. All right, so yeah, Brandon Figures. Welcome to the channel. Do the each one, teach one, hit the like button. Elijah talked about it. So theology of time. Like I said, it was either Our Savior or Arrive with Theology of Time. Thank you, Brandon Figures, for that correction. It was Theology of Time, in which he speaks on it in the 900 years, is included. So Elijah was very aware of what 25,000 minus 15,020 is. Y'all got Arabi. I see y'all got Arabi on the spiritual. On the scriptural. Y'all got him on the scriptural. He's on his dean, on the scriptural dean. The original Mr. 120. You know, somebody was asking for you the other day. Shaheed Davis. Got the old schoolers in here today. I see Shaheed Davis in a minute. You know, you gotta, like I tell everybody, you gotta do the each one, teach one, hit the like button, because that's what happens a lot. People, his brother's name is Warren Christopher on Instagram. He just came on. Says 9-2. I don't know if he was born in 9-2. You know, Warren Christopher was one of the dudes. He was in Supreme Court. Just that name just brings up that memory. Okay, so we have here self-out bill. Was the 136 and the 140 written in the same year? Yes, 1934. The 28th degree in the 136 and the 40th degree in the 140 speak of 379 years. If it was written in different years while the same term. 1 and 10, 1931. 1 and 14, 1933. 1 and 36 and 1 and 40, 1934. Yeah, it's hectic out here in general. You know, I guess I don't know if y'all want to get into that part, but you know, this the mandate is really hitting me kind of hard right now. You know, not in particular me, but you know, yeah, it's we're gonna have to get busy. You see, y'all done got it right. We started. Y'all don't know. See, y'all don't know. Y'all don't know where this could go. Y'all don't know where this could go, man. Peace, Shot Boy Bryant on Instagram. You know, we get a lot of people coming on Instagram, but they don't stay long. Or maybe they find out that we on the channel formerly known as Hotep, and they come over here. We out at that time too. You know how y'all people do. Y'all ain't get me caught up today. We almost at that time where we got to start winding it down. See, if you're new to the channel, don't be alarmed. But we have to start winding it down on the channel formerly known as Hotep. because these people don't know how to act. Y'all don't know these people. Not like I know them. Hmm. The God I be said household. Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to come up with a whole other. I'm gonna have to come up with a whole other level of finances. You know, officially today is the last day. Today is the last day. Uh, they don't comment that much on Instagram. Shakim say you don't acknowledge they don't say all that much. They just say peace. I think it just be people that just come on, like they see them on, they just come on real quick. You know, just the wave, like I think it's just an acknowledgement. You know what I'm saying? Uh, but yeah, that's just a whole level of finances I'm gonna have to replace now because today was the day that they gave the scissors. Officially tomorrow, uh, officially tomorrow, that stream is done. At least for the time being. Let's see what happens. You know what I mean? There's still people out there getting their swings and they're resisting. So we see what happens. Oh, R. Kelly is done. You know, uh, you know, I just, look, see these kind of people like R. Kelly, I just be like, look, man, don't try to be hard. Like if I could give R. Kelly one message, all I tell him, look, as soon as you get to the place, right? As soon as you go back in it, like when you come out to the judge, right? And whatever happened, they tell you that you're guilty, right? When you go in the back, tell them you feel suicidal. Tell them you feel suicidal, do whatever you got to do to get out of populations. These niggas ain't even gonna be listening to the radio, son. You're gonna be singing. I believe I can fly. niggas gonna have you in the yard singing "Step to the Left" while they doing the motherfucker. Niggas gonna be in the yard. Niggas gonna be in the yard doing electric slide and shit. With you singing "Step to the Left." So that would be my advice, if I knew R. Kelly, which if I knew R. Kelly, it wouldn't be like I would be trying, like I would like, damn, trying to give you some good advice. Like I don't give a fuck what happens to you at this point, but I'm just saying that'd be your best bet. So just say you suicidal. Do whatever you gotta do to get in some high supervision part in the jail. You know what I'm saying? Like Shakim said, get some place where you can learn how to read. Oh man, no, L7. Why would you? Oh man, that's L7 just hit him with the diabolical, man. L7, so they gonna have him in here singing. You gotta keep it on the down low. Oh man, L7. The diabolical. But if anybody here if anybody here, if you know, you just for whatever reason you still got love for R. Kelly, you still got love for R. Kelly, you want to give him some advice or whatever, tell him, look, do whatever he got to do to get in PC. Even PC might not be enough. Man. Get in solitary. I would say try whatever you can. Try whatever you can to get in there. If nothing else works, look, just stab a CO. Just throw a brick, just fuck it. You're gonna take a little beat down. You know what I'm saying? But listen, it's not gonna be as bad. It's not gonna be as bad if you trying to just be in population like you hard. So yeah, that's it's not looking good for Aura. This is oh man. And what state he got convicted in so far? Because I know he in New York. Facing some charges. But then I know he got charges in Chicago too. And does he have charges in does he have charges in California? Because these people, they be all over.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, I don't know how you politics something like that. So that's all I get, How much time they didn't sentence him yet? Did he get any time?
No.
Yeah, I know he got extradited to New York at some point, because see a lot of this stuff, it was happening in hotels, it was happening after shows and stuff. So it's happening in different states. You see what I mean? So every state got to pick up their own charges. You see what I'm saying? Just like with Weinstein, he had charges in California, you know what I'm saying? But then he got charges in New York too for things that, he's come out here, movie premiere, whatever he's doing, we do. Oh man, L7. That's a diabolical say. That's a diabolical say. L7 said, if I see R. Kelly walk in the courtroom wearing a kufi, listen, I don't even think, something though? Now I think about it, that is the one thing that Mike can save him, saying. Is, Muslims is like that. Where, once you take a shahada and you sincere about Islam, then everything what you did before that is forgiven. So, that's it. Hey, look, that I guess, L7, look, you gave him, hey, look, he say you suicidal, or as soon as you walk in the motherfucking jump off, say assalamu alaikum, hits a lot right there in the cell behind the court. Right there, hit it off. As soon as you get back in the jump off, tell them, look, you need to change my card. You need to change my card to Muslim. You see, that's the random Jews. We about solutions over here. We about solutions, man. The guy I be said he was found guilty of 9 counts, including a federal racketeering charge. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, y'all really trying to get Arabi on the road now. Felix Almanzar said he wants Arabi to build on Moses and leprosy. Ah, man, y'all going in, man. Y'all going in, man. Kelly Akbar, Robert K. Muhammad. Come on, man. You see why I had to wind this down for all the new people? You see why I have to stop these people before? See, I know these people. I studied my lessons. Can't fool me. Oh, man. Now that I ain't gonna fret, that'd be what right there. If he record an album over the prison phone, that would be
possible.
Whoa. Oh man. How you gonna have a Gucci prayer mat, man? You can't do that. Joe Thornton said, how is it that no one rushed Dr. York up into justice? I mean, he's most likely in some type of solitary.
Or minimum security.
Or
minimum security prison.
I mean, even minimum security, but more than likely he's in isolation. But you said, Abi, do you see that that's a man Buddha? Hey man, all I know is he look, man, coming out the closet. I guess that would be another way to survive. That would, all of the business. I think you got a third. I think you got a third. Oh, Dr. York is in Supermax? Oh, if he in Supermax, yeah, he don't see nobody there. Supermax, you definitely in isolation there. But R. Kelly, all in the business, I think you just gave R. Kelly, him another little way out. See, maybe instead of getting a lawyer, maybe instead of getting a lawyer, he should have just came on a channel formerly known as Hotel. Who knows, man? But you know, I can say this though about the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Rather, you know, you go into all the technicalities. You know, people being set up and all this type of stuff, and you know, why is it coming out now as opposed to coming out when it happened, and all these different things. But the one thing I am glad about, right, is that it is. Which these people are sick. So, you know, it might not be registered in the same way for them. But to me, it is, you know, just becoming a climate where motherfucker know he can't just be comfortable. You know what I'm saying? A motherfucker know he can't just be comfortable doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? That if not now, eventually your ass will get caught. You know what I'm saying? I saw a case. I was reading a story about a dude the other day. I think it was yesterday. It was in the paper. A priest got beat down. Like the priest was touching the little boy. So the little boy told his parents that, you know, look, the priest has been touching me. I ain't comfortable with it. You know what I'm saying? So it turns out that the priest, is jogging every day in the neighborhood. And he jogs past the bus stop where the kid is at the bus stop. So the kid tells his parents, yeah, the dude, you know, he's riding by the bus stop, or he's running past the bus stop. And, you know, so the priest, the father, goes out there, sits in the car while the son is at the bus stop. The priest runs past, says what's up, then comes back and touches the boy. So the father jumped out and listen, he whipped his ass. Like I'm talking about, listen, see, the reason I know he whipped his ass is because the mugshot. But then just when you just hear the injuries that the motherfucker sustained, like, you know what I'm saying? He got a fractured skull, fractured orbital socket on his eye, broken nose. Hey, he beat the shit out of this motherfucker.
Video on this.
Listen, son, I don't know if this motherfucker practice UFC or something.
It's on YouTube.
I see it was a story. I read it. I don't think it's no yesterday, but I'm just saying that you know, that kind of thing happening. You know what I'm saying? To where the people, you know, they can know that don't be comfortable doing that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, because at the end of the day, they know not to be comfortable doing that. Like I've never been in a conversation, right? Like I've been in conversation with dudes come and told me about all types of things that they did, right? Legal, illegal, whatever, right? I ain't never been in a conversation that came and say, yo, son, you guys came over there by the elementary school molesting kids, right? Like I never see because the motherfucker know not to feel comfortable saying that amongst, you know what I'm saying, brothers that's official. You see what I'm saying? Now, he might say that shit around some other motherfuckers, they might know the signs. Like he might see another motherfucker hanging out by the elementary school. You see what I'm saying? And now, all right, I know the look. You know what I mean? But the motherfucker know not to feel comfortable doing that shit. You see what I'm saying? So that's, you know, the thing that I like about, you know, all of it in general is just that atmosphere right there. You know, at least until we get the button. When we get the button, then everything will be okay. Complete said they double food in 37.9 years ago. Complete, you're gonna have to go back to the beginning. Hold on. Somebody wants to come in over here. Somebody's going live with us. Somebody's going live with us now on Instagram. Or did I miss it? Oh, there you go. Right there. Peace.
I'm humble, man. I'm humble.
All right, Mr. Science.
You know, in our school, I want to build on something real quick, God, because I've been in knowledge of self for approximately 13 miles. And for 12 miles, I had time to dig in nothing but the science of life. According to all understandings, when it comes to the Kabbalion, Jewish, Hebrew, Greek, all ancient knowledge and wisdom, all the way down to Kemet. Yet, I have come home now, and I have come into the light of the supreme mathematics on a whole different level. So, took me there was doing the research on how are they, or who is deemed to be running the world today, how are they able to do so? And as far as we know, religion is a big way, yet what religion do they follow? So I had to do the science on their religion and how far I go back and everything. Into the science of mathematics and alphabets. And it's what they use to manipulate the minds of us, most of all. Because as far as we know, mathematics, everything has a vibration. Everything has its own vibration. Now, all these years, all God's been able to build up to the degree to our current reality. All right, our current reality, everybody building on today's degree, today's math, or today's science, however they want to see it to today's reality. All right, all these years, the same understanding on our current reality and our history. I feel that when the Father went back and figured out what was really going on with the math and how they was applying the math to manipulate the masses for years before we even physically existed, because we always were. I had got history on the Father being offered a lot of money and everything for him to not teach what he's supposed to have been teaching. Now, Asiatic calendar, real quick, 15,050, right?
Right.
15,050 is year what?
I'm not familiar. What year is that?
15,050 in the Asiatic calendar is year one of the culture, 1964.
Okay, right, yeah.
Now, 13,086, according to the Asiatic calendar, is Yahushua's or Yahshua's or Jesus, whoever this man is. Was this man death date, right? 13,086 in the Asiatic calendar.
Mm-hmm.
Now, 13,086 minus 15,050 minus 13,086 is 1964. All right, Jesus' death date and the founding of the culture. All right, now we all know everything is a mental resurrection. There's no such thing as a physical, it's a mental resurrection. A mental resurrection, to me, as far as what I come to learn, is a descendance of energy to the qualified physical being that is enlightened enough to handle the light given to him, which is knowledge. We all know that the sun is black. Anything that burned that long is not yellow. The sun is converted. Father Allah said, one thing he said, if anything fails, if you ain't on your square whatsoever, go back to the NOI. Did he not say that or not?
Mm-hmm.
I figured out why he said that. To me, for me, yeah, I feel this applies to every God because the mathematics and the alphabet is what we have been given to understand all in existence. Now, the deeper science to me of the mathematics and alphabet is how those are able to manipulate and rule what's going on. When it comes to the transcendence and descendance of energies, reincarnation and all that, it sounds mysterious and all that. Yet we condition to think that a mystery is something that does not exist, yet a mystery means something that has not been proven yet. I figured it out. I did the science on how they run the world. Tell me, how can you go on the internet or the website, you understand? The website or the internet that everybody is caught up in, How can I go on there and look up my astrological sign and find out everything about myself that I never knew about, I had a clue about, but I know that's about me? Because internally I know things about myself that I haven't yet tied into yet, but it can tell me everything about myself that I haven't even come into the light yet, or just lined up yet. I know that's me. How is something else outside you able to tell you more about you? The same people that run the world run this, and how is they able to figure that out? See, we were given a name, and we have to honor that name, yet our name is not ours. Because it's under a language that was given to us, that was manipulated in letters of words, put certain type of ways to direct your destiny in life. It's a whole different level to what I'm on. God, I'm everywhere. I've been going through soul warfare because I'm coming to realize now what's really going on besides everything that all God's been building on all these years. When Father Allah figured out, when Malcolm X figured out, Elijah and them know, Farrakhan know it's bigger than everything we currently know today. And us being the original black man, being God, is supreme fact of everything is real. So I had to go back to the science of creation and what's real. So what's going on now to today's reality of why they trying to suck the energies out of everybody? What's the real reality of God and the devil? Jesus, the son of light. But Satan is the son of light. Satan, the devil has never lied in the scriptures one time. I had to go start looking at all scriptures. All scriptures. Figured out, guys, I need to build with y'all because I've been wanting to reach out to y'all. I've been trying to take the mathematics to a higher level that nobody ever took it, and we needed the same platform. They to control us because they know the transcendence and descendance of energy. How was I able to find out that Jesus was resurrected under the North Star? Right? We don't follow. We don't follow the sun, moon, and stars according to the Earth's circumference. We follow it according to the sun, moon, and stars rotation. See, everything we was given was backwards. When Father Allah figured it out. It was a whole nother level to what he was given because everything is allegory, even the degrees we was given.
So this what I'm asking you though. What is the understanding that you got from all this research?
The understanding that I got, one, we all know the original man is God, yet it's bigger than the original man just being God. Because in the midst of creation, I'm on a meeting with somebody. In the midst of creation, before the perfect form was created, which is the womb of man, for God to experience his creation through the womb of man, imagine how many creations it was in the midst of. All right, everything that's going on now. What else wasn't qualified enough to house or to procreate the original man? Then it goes to what they do with the vaccines, technology, and the DNA strand. Everything is genetic.
All right, now hold up. Wait. Let's stick with that because that's something that's present, current right now. We could apply this, right?
Right.
So
I've been walking in culture for a long time. Yeah, I've been delved into culture heavy for 13 miles. Just 16, I've been studying 13 miles heavy. Now, I've seen the change. I'm in the interior cycle. So I'm in the center looking at everything around. So you can't be on the outside looking in. You ain't going to see everything. I'm in the center looking at the change of the dehumanization and feminization of black men. Why since early 1900s with birth control, testosterone development, marijuana legalization, everything is to change the man's energy to be more receptive to being emotional and turn the female dominant. So it's a switch of roles. It's not just that, it's the food, the language is spelling, it's incantations, cast spell. They stopped teaching us cursive. You know what I'm saying? It's a science to everything. It's all about an energy. Once you put the right letters together, you form an energy. And let me tell you something. The truth about the mathematics and the alphabet, see, the alphabet don't break down the mathematics. Hold on. The mathematics don't break down the alphabet. The alphabet breaks down the mathematics because the letters have numbers. Not the numbers have letters. The letters have numbers. You have to learn the proper equation of the number according to the letter, according to ancient science. Not our current Hindu Arabic is as far as what woke us up to this current reality. as far as ancient science, what they still apply today, like law, they still using Latin law, all type of shit. You know what I'm saying? The science that they use is mathematics, dates, energy, times, dates. You're born on a certain date, time, energy is all the transcendence of descendants of energies, and God is being resurrected through the accumulation of energy, of a collective whole of thoughts, the accumulation of thoughts, not accumulation of people, an accumulation of thoughts on the same page of the same common cause. The dehumanization of black man has been so serious that it even evolved into the culture. No disrespect. With the moon being above the 7, regardless of this behind it or in front of it, it shows that the wisdom has more. That puts the 2 in front of the 1, regardless of whom or what. It is standing behind it like you having your bodyguards behind you. It shows that the wisdom is more superior than man. I have not, according to what I've been standing on, the moon never rose above the 7 on no flag. The 6 never rose above no 7 in the mathematics in no type of way, shape, form, or fashion. And it trickled on down to the culture, to where to a degree. Oh man, it's when I came home and seen that, it hurt my soul, because as far as what I'm given, regardless of what generation of mathematics I got, the understanding is the same as far as the wisdom never being before the knowledge. And that's what it's showing and proving, and it's being pushed through the culture, yet it's being pushed through the culture on a level to where
You saying push through the greater black culture, or push through the culture of our God?
Through the culture of our God. By the moon even being above the 7 on the flag, I'm seeing it everywhere. Yet it might be a science to it, and I was given a lot of different sciences to it, yet everybody that's, even the elders that I built with on, stood on it like, I ain't never seen the moon being above the 7 ever. These elders been building the culture right after Father Allah passed since then, you know? And it's just, I'm seeing the dehumanization and the feminization of black men evolve to the train of thought, even when it comes to the culture. See, but it's bigger
than... let me explain to you the history of the science, right?
Right.
When the flag was first, produced physically,
right.
You know what I mean? Sham God, Universal Sham God, right?
Right.
He designed the flag, right?
Right.
Then it got produced into the buttons for the lapel of the coat.
For the lapels.
Right. When it got produced for the lapel, the way you see it, what you call the moon rising above the 7, right? That's the way it was. Now, as I said, Sham God, right, who is the designer of the flag,
Universal Sham God,
right? He wrote his manifestation to it. And in his manifestation, he said that the moon is never to rise above the 7.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And so,
right.
I'm just saying that, I'm just to make exact the history on it the way you were saying.
Okay. Because I seen that in Sham God build. The moon was never rise above the 7. And he was the creator of the flag. That's why I stood on that. You know what I'm saying? As Father Allah accepted that as what it was as far as.
And I see that's where you make a mistake at. See, the one that the Father accepted was the one that was produced at that time. When
with the moon above.
Yeah.
Okay. So how did it go from the moon up under? So what is the science of the moon being above the 7?
Shem God said in his manifestation that the moon is never to rise above the 7.
Since he is the creator of the flag.
Since he is the creator of the flag, people that got the knowledge after a certain time respect what he says, right? But people who was there, right, in 1967, when the flags came, right? They say no, the way it was then, that was the one that was accepted by Allah.
Right.
And so
7 in front of the moon.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, that's right and exact. That's right and exact. I'm gonna take that as facts. No I accept that as facts. I know my brothers never lied to me. I've been looking for history on that for the longest. And nobody ever say it was always a conflict of this and that. And yet, as far as what I stood on by universal sham God, I feel I'm not wrong because that is the creator of the flag. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I was at. Yet, due to what's going on now in our current reality throughout the years, I tied that into that because I'm seeing that flag being pushed more everywhere than the flag that I know that universal sham God to manifest. So I'm just tying that into everything that's going on because I'm far as not never put into it before the one. So I see that as that like you got a bodyguard, like the guy standing behind you, like that's your bodyguard. You know what I'm saying? Your bodyguard is a more powerful man than you. That's why you got it. That's what it looked like to me by the moon standing behind the seven. That's just me, God. Yeah, I respect it. Now I got an understanding on it. I appreciate that, G.
I mean, peace. I mean, I see what you're saying. You know what I mean? And you know, that's a way of looking at things. But see, you also got to recall, right? When you deal with the lesson, you know 120, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you deal with the lessons, right? And you deal with captain, lieutenant, and private soldier. See, your lieutenant is also somebody who stands in that position. And you're right. They also, you know, they on the lookout. They making sure, right, that nothing happens to the captain because now the whole mission is thrown off.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So,
Right.
you know, the wisdom, you know, and I'm not saying in every endeavor, you know, if everything, see, when we get to the point where we do everything 100% right and exact, right, meaning word is bond, then you will see the outcome of everything being right, 100% right and exact. You see what I mean? So I'm not going to say that there are no instances, right, in which brothers are putting the wisdom before the knowledge. You know, we see that all the time. Brothers talking when you should be listening. You know what I'm saying? So that's, you know, that's a reality. But, you know, as a matter of our culture, you know what I'm saying? You know, this way of life is not a way of life that puts the wisdom before the knowledge, encourages putting the wisdom before the knowledge, or rewards putting the wisdom before the knowledge.
Right.
You see, one thing, here's something you gotta recall about the nation, right? Is that this is a real thing, and everything that we doing is in real time. You see what I'm saying? It's not like other religions, right? Where like, see, Jesus Christ, he disappeared for 20 years or you know, close to 20 years. How much ever he disappeared, and then he shows back up 100% all wise and righteous.
And guess where they found him at, right? Up under the North Star, right?
Hold fast though. Let me finish. Let me finish saying the part what I'm saying, and you say the part what you're saying, right? Now, you know, other people, Muhammad, you know, you get visited by the angels for a period of time, and then after that, you got the whole Quran, you know, established. You see what I'm saying? That's the way other religions, or that's the way religious people try to portray their beginnings. See, the beginnings of this was a real-time thing where everything that we do right now was not formulated when Allah first stepped out and said that this is what he was going to do. See, for instance, we talk about the flag, right? In 1964, the brothers was wearing the NOI flag. You understand what I'm saying? And see, just like they say necessity is the mother of invention, you know, once that necessity came forth that we needed our own flag to represent our way of life exactly, right?
Necessity proceeds from a cause.
Then the brother, you know, he manifested that flag, right? And then that became our nation. You know, a lot of things, you know, even when we say 120, it wasn't always called 120. You understand what I'm saying? The order that we get to this, see, because there's decisions that have to be made at any given time, right? There's decisions that have to be made about what's right and exact at that time. So see, even in terms of when you look at the history of the nation, right? There's things that Allah prescribed, right? And then there's things that over the years, since Allah returned to the essence, right? The guys had to make a decision that this is how we are going to manifest things in this day and time right now. This is how this knowledge had to specifically be applied. Yes, I mean, even look, see, you know, I'm still, you know, I have my, I don't see it as a 100% solution. You know what I'm saying? But no. Specifically, what I'm saying is getting on the internet and building.
Right.
See, this is another decision, right, that I've made in this time. You know, certain other brothers have made. You know, because we saw that how much misunderstanding was being bred in that platform, right? So brothers, we made a decision to do that. That's what I'm saying. It could be anything, you know, one of my descendants, right, 100 years from now or 10 years from now might decide, yo, you know what? I don't want to be from New York. Or, you know, maybe it's not that they don't want to be from New York, but yo, there's opportunity, right, for me to live mathematics to a higher potential in a different place. And that'll be a decision that they made at that time.
The evolution of a culture.
Right. You see what I'm saying? And so
I've been trying to say that, but I'll let you ride. I understand that.
Yeah, so you can't just take those snapshots, you know what I'm saying, or just this one thing what this one person told you without knowing the whole history. You see what I mean? Because if this person got the knowledge in 1964 or 1965, right, they're not gonna have the same exact things as somebody that got the knowledge in 1968 or 1969.
Right. Like, because when I had grabbed the original degrees, and I ran to the original degrees.
Hold up.
I ran into another set of degrees that gave me a clearer understanding.
What's the original? What's the original
The
degrees?
original degree, I can't recall them that well because I've been so delving into ones that I had was like the evolution of a culture.
Where did they come from?
They came from from Mecca. The degree that I had came from Mecca.
All right, but this is what I'm saying. Did they come from Temple number 7 in Mecca?
Temple number 7.
Or did they come from Allah school in Mecca?
No, part 7. Allah school in Mecca.
All right.
They came from Allah school in Mecca. Ones that the father gave word of mouth. But I got them in my library. Yet the ones that I have gave me a clearer understanding on the foundation. Just knowledge itself explains a lot. And it helped me see that, like, just you explained that as the evolution of a culture goes, it clarifies the understanding. You know what I'm saying? Because when the father came out with it, he came out straight up front. Bam, boom, bam. This is what the fuck it is. Now, as over time, you know, people don't be having time to sit there and be around people to learn how to live the culture, how to learn the culture. So it's given to you. Where I'm in a high cycle. And it ain't too many guys here building, but the few guys that's here building, we ain't playing. You hear me? So how I got it was to a way to where I can build on my own with it and understand it the way that Father would give it to you as you was with it. Yet it's on you to take it that far. So it's on you. Left in a dungeon with the math. It's on what you gonna do. Build and just sit there and just die.
So look, I gotta ask you a question.
You probably heard it before. The knowledge degree is the accumulation of facts through observing, learning, and respect. Knowledge is the foundation of all in existence, for it must be known in order to be made manifest. Knowledge is the light given off by our sun, which is the foundation of our solar system. Also the original man, who was the foundation of Allah's family. Knowledge equals sunshine equals original man. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Now,
so
this is what I asked you, right? Like, different sciences, what you were saying, because that was a part of the kind of theme that we've been hitting today, right? Is like all of these different things that you said you found out, right? Like what is the present day application for them? You know what I mean? Like in terms of the history, I can understand that is that.
I'm about to break it down to you right now. I'm about to put this shit on here. If you post this now, I'm about to put this shit on here and I'm about to expose it because you in the culture and I'm telling the people right now, man. Mm-hmm. Look up the science of gematria, man. Gematria. Gematria. Look up the science of your name. Buckle down your name to mathematics, man. Buckle down your name to mathematics to gematria. Your social security number. See, look at your life destiny. What I was trying to tell the God is, we had a nice build session, but this is where I'm at right now. All under the transcendence and descendance of energy. Everything we built on was peace. Where I'm at, that right there hinders you from learning what the fuck I'm at right now. Like, what Malcolm X say? We did land on Plymouth Rock land on us. We ain't come from Africa. We are here. Everything, the history and everything, I figured it out. Look up the science of gematria.
All right, now listen. Wait. A couple times, wait, hold on.
They learn how to use the energy and transfer your energy in your box, the home of God is in the kingdom of thought. They learn how to tie into that energy, God.
See, a couple times, you said you got to figure it out, right? I'm waiting for you to inform me of what you figured out.
That's what it is. Look at my page, y'all. Look at Katrina, Gustav, Ida, all the same dates, 829. Everything tying in, man. Hey, everything I learned is too much to explain because of 16 years of studying, God. It's so much. When I'm saying so much up here.
God, listen, brother. You said 16 years?
16 years. 16
Bruh.
years of studying, 13 years of digging in heavy.
Bruh.
Of all religious cultures and trying to figure out
Bruh.
mathematics and the alphabet of what the Father gave to me.
Bruh.
How is they using it?
Bruh.
How?
Bruh, I've been doing this for 35 years.
Look up gematria. You know what gematria is?
Yeah, I know about gematria. I know about the tetragrammaton, all of this stuff. You said you got it all figured out. So what I'm saying is, right now, if you were sitting in front of a class of second graders, right? And you said, look, when you go home tonight, this is the first thing I need you to do to start dealing with this gematria. What would that thing be?
The first thing I need to start doing? The first thing I did
No. A second, wait. A second grader.
All right, listen, God, part himself. Let me correct this. I figured out what they doing. How they did it, I figured out the tools, how they do it, you're applying the tools to get done, how they doing it. I haven't learned yet. That's what I meant to say. I'm overwhelmed, guys, so part himself.
Okay, so what is it that they doing?
It's according to the sun, moon, and stars, depending on days, dates, and times.
All right, so let's say today. Today right now, right, is Wisdom God. So what they do today? Like right now, it's 9:40 on the East Coast.
I haven't looked up today. See, what they do today, I only look up what's doing to me in my life, right? This how I know it's actual facts, off of my history, off of my repeated numbers, off of my signs and symbols, off of my trials and tribulations. This is what made me do the research on how it's tied to me, because I'm God. So if I'm looking for
God, do not. See, as 5%ers, right? We have, just like we saying with our culture, right? One thing that evolved from our culture, right, is that Allah went through, a great deal of experiences. Some of them trials, you know what I'm saying? Some of them triumphs, right? He went through a whole bunch of things, but see, he had the will, right, and the ability to distill that knowledge down to us. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a part of this 5% thing. When we say who is a 5%, at the core of 5% is a teacher.
All right, now, how was Father Allah able to see the mathematics clearer than any and everybody in there and manifest the knowledge that he has?
You said,
I just wrote down something to you on the science of mathematics according to the Asiatic calendar.
Ask the question again. I didn't hear what you said at first.
How was the Father able to see clearly the science of the mathematics and alphabet and break it down to see that the original man is God. How was he able to get the mathematics and alphabet from problem book number 13, from problem number 13?
No, that's that. You see, Shaheed is not Allah. Like, I understand you got all that stuff from Shaheed. That's not my teachings. Allah looked inside himself. Wow. Listen, Allah looked inside himself, right, to find the answer for who is the original man. You see, when you say who is the original man, like for instance, every brother that's ever had a conversation with somebody from the NOI, right? And any, it always comes down to, well, it says it right there on the paper that you're saying is your lesson. You understand what I mean? The difference is that their teaching is that Fard is Allah. You see what I'm saying? So Allah looking at, okay, this is the teachings which you're teaching us, right? That the black man is the original man. And I'm the black man. And the black man is God. See, by just looking at it for himself, right? And not just observing what you're being told by these people who are your leaders, right? He actually received the message to the black man. See, he listened to what was said and he received the message.
So is the black man devil too, since he is God and all in existence?
Well, what do you mean by that?
If the black man is God, all in existence, right? Is he devil too?
Well, look, this is what I tell you, right? When you look at the knowledge degree in the 1 to 10, right? To get to God in the universe, the first thing it starts with is the original man, right?
Right.
Tells you the Asiatic black man. And then to make devil, what must one first do?
Grab from the original, but
so
or in truth,
yeah.
to grab means to add on, not to take away.
Well, where did it come from? Like if you add something, no, listen to what I'm saying. If you add something on, right, where does it come from?
It come from you.
Okay, but if it comes from me, this is what I'm saying. If you have a skin graft, right?
Right.
Then that skin was added to somewhere where the skin was damaged, right?
Right.
But where did it come from?
The skin came from you.
So it had to be. It had to be taken from someplace in order to be added someplace.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. So you got to remember that in science in general, and in the science of genetics, right? There's particular terminology, right, that don't always mean the same thing it do in regular English usage. So you deal with germ, graph. These are terms that you can't just look at from the general definition. You understand what I'm saying? See, a germ cell is a particular reproductive cell. You know what I mean? Like you got heart cells, brain cells, bone cells. Germ cells are for germination, which is reproduction. So it's the same thing when you're dealing with grafting. You know what I'm saying? A lot of times you can look in the plant world. You understand what I'm saying? You can look in the plant world where you can graft this stem onto this plant and different things of that nature, where it means that you take something from someplace and you add it on to something else.
The devil never lied in the scriptures one time.
Okay.
It was a funny thing. Now, back to that gematria, God. You say you hip to it, you into it a little bit, you aware of it. Yeah, it's real serious, man. And we conditioned to think it's not that serious. We ain't got time to be looking into something like that. The rotation of the sun, moon, and stars, the alignment of the sun, moon, and stars, the energy, the transcendence.
Well, what is the significance? What is the significance? What is the significance of you saying the devil never lied in the scriptures?
Because I was looking for who the devil really was. In the beginning, if God created himself from nothing, the Father with no mother, the first perfect form would be the womb of man. The first perfect creation would be the womb of man. I ain't going to the science of creation when it comes to this microcosm of molecules.
Wait, hold on. Wait. Let's go one step at a time.
All right, the degree states, the devil is anything made weak and wicked. All right, that's the ultimate. How's the devil? The devil is anything made weak and wicked. All right. Anything made weak and wicked. So anybody can be.
No, first, let's go one at a time though. First of all, you said that the devil never lied in the Bible. Do you mean, hold up, when you say the scriptures, wait, hold up. When you say the scriptures, what scriptures you talking about? All right, well, see, in the Bible, I don't know the Bible word for word, but I do know that he deceived many times. Like, in the computer? Yeah, they keep doing that. Sorry, you can't cut that up. So when you appear as someone other than you are, I'm just talking about this, because we don't want to get our Robbie too excited. But we just talking about just according to the script of the Bible, right? He appeared as the snake, he appears as visitors in the story of I always mix that. It's a story of Job or Lot. When he comes to when him and God make a deal that we're gonna go to this town, and if there's one righteous person there besides your nephew, we'll spare the town.
Right.
The whole time. He shows up as other than who he is. And so he is deceiving in the Bible. I'm not sure because, and look, I'm not saying that's where you headed. But see, some of this stuff, wait a minute. Some of this stuff that you're saying in terms of the devil, right? I've heard from people affiliated with Satanism. So I'm not sure, but I'm just telling you that that's not a part of this knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
No.
So that's
not a time of change. No, that's just not a time of change. Accumulation.
All right. So that's one thing right there. That the devil is in fact a deceiver. So wait, you're saying that showing up as someone who you are not is not deception?
Yes, that's deception.
So the devil, wait. The devil is a deceiver. We can agree that he does that a few times in the Bible, right?
A deceiver is not a liar, though. That's two different things.
You said a deceiver is not a liar.
That's two different things.
All right, I just had to disagree with you there. I mean, you're saying that a lie is a deception. Like, are you saying? Oh, hold on. Oh, wait. Are you defining? Wait a minute. Are you defining a lie as only verbally stating something that's not true?
Going against your word.
Huh?
That's not true, or going against your word.
Okay, so wait a minute, if I knock on an old lady's door, right, with a cop uniform on, but I don't tell her I'm the police, she looks out the thing, she sees me, badge, uniform, everything, right?
Right.
And then when she opens the door, I rob the lady.
Right.
are you saying that my presentation at the door is not a lie?
No, that's a deception. If she asked you, were you the police, and you said, yeah, now you lie.
And you're saying that that deception is different than a lie?
Yeah, because she took it on face value.
Yeah, but you could say the words that I tell you, she took it on face value. Like if I told her I was a cop, she still took that on face value. She didn't call the precinct and say, yo, do you have an officer such and such, badge number such and such there? Yeah, what's his physical description? She didn't say that. She still took it on face value.
And said you lied to her, but you never said nothing out your
All right, well,
mouth.
look, here's the thing what I'm saying, because for me, that's not very important. What I'm asking you is, are you saying that somehow the devil is righteous because he never told a verbal lie in the Bible?
No, I'm saying everything we have been taught is a lie. Everything.
So wait a minute.
Everything.
Let me ask you a question. Is 1 + 1 2?
Not to me, because 1 and 1 make 3.
What?
My understanding and your understanding, or understanding.
You said 1 and 1 make 3. When you said 1 and 1, where did understanding come in? Because 1 is knowledge.
I'm fucking with you, God. Park yourself, smile, fuck you. I'm fucking with you, God. Smile, fuck you.
So this is what I'm saying. So if 1 and 1,
knowledge and wisdom born understanding.
yeah.
Knowledge and wisdom born understanding. All day. That ain't no question.
But 1 and 1 make 2, right?
1 and 1 make 3 too. Because my knowledge and your knowledge can born understanding.
No. Somebody's gonna have to be wise. See, because your knowledge and my knowledge, right, it's not gonna born understanding unless we speak or unless we deal with some type of action that brings about understanding. Just me having knowledge and you having knowledge, because see, here's the thing. There's people that had this knowledge, like you said, between 15,019 and 15,050, a whole bunch of people had this knowledge. And they didn't come, they didn't come to the understanding that we had. But I'm still just asking, what is the significance of saying, because when you do this thing where you say the devil never told a lie, and then you start equating the devil and Jesus, I guess, kind of as brothers, because you said the devil is a child of light, and
Jesus is the son of light.
Jesus is the son of light, and the devil is the son of light. That's what I'm saying. What is what in the end are you saying?
This is what I'm doing. I'm generally throwing things out here to get you to question, what that don't make you right. Certain things to question for faith to get you to see where I'm really going, because everything that conditioned us to put us in the position we are in today.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you.
Because of religion. Now people are not religious no more.
Mm-hmm.
People are not, you don't see religion in the street no more. None of that. Barely.
Okay.
Now, look at today's reality. I had to do away with all the current, this science, genetics, everything that we built on.
All right, hold on. Because that's another thing. Wait a minute. No, you know. I know you gotta write that down, guy. You gotta write that down. No, guy. You said something else that like I said, we gotta go step by step. That was just the first step of what I'm just trying to manifest here, right? Is that this thing where you say the devil never told a lie, and I'm not sure if, because in our degrees, it teaches us that the devil tells lies, steals, and tries to master the original man.
Yeah. But
So,
in religion, if a person that was believing what read up in the scriptures of religion, you're not gonna see the devil line. You're not gonna see the devil line. They condition the thing, the devil is a serpent, but they go into hospitals where the serpent is intertwined around the staff. You see what I'm saying? You see how lost they is? I think the devil is a serpent, but I'm going to hospitals where the serpent is around the staff and everything, and I'm hoping these people, and look how many people they got. So I'm like, instead of me doing all this,
see, now you're going into something else, though, guys. No. You gotta stop. you got to stop because see now you're going into something else when you go into symbolism and different symbols. So what the snake stands for is different in different places. Like when you go to Egypt, the snake doesn't mean the same thing. So that they use this particular symbol and put it at odds with a different type of symbol, that's a different science, guy. All I'm saying, right, is that the devil, right, is the doer of devilishment.
Right, now, true. Now, what I'm
Full
saying
stop.
is, that's a different science. That's where we got it wrong at because truth resides in all and everything. Am I right, God? Am I right?
What do you mean?
So,
Well,
what I have done, the truth is the foundation.
wait a minute, wait. Stop, God, because you I don't want to gloss this over. You said something that, you know, some of these things you're saying, it almost sounds like at first you're saying the devil is God. And then you said, so wait a minute, you said something a few minutes ago that appeared to be leaning in the direction of the woman is God.
And that's what they're making everybody believe now. See, you got me, God. This is what I'm saying. Listen, I'm gonna tell y'all, I don't care how you post this, listen. I'm the God. I'm going through a soul warfare right now. The God helping me line this shit up because all my life I've been trying to figure this shit out and line this shit up. I've been trying to build with the gods of Mecca. I've been building on something that's way serious. The God know where I'm at, but I can't tie this shit in because I've been studying for 16 years, all type of shit that people ain't never had time to do and ain't even think about, even here in America. Anybody, astrological shit, all that. People may have dibbled and dabbled and think they got a clue about something, but it hit me. And now I went crazy and I ran around here telling everybody what's going on. Then I had to go around because I did the same thing Father Allah did and Jesus did. It's written on your law that you are God from whom the word of God came. But I'm coming with the science of how you are God and how they trying to manipulate. We inherit the kingdom of God naturally, but when we give our souls up on a whole nother level, when they manipulate us through language bigger than educating. I'm talking about instead of digging the grains of sand on the beach and all the truths and everything, because all is tied into one. I had to look at the truth tied into one that they use to manipulate everybody in life. Like, what is my purpose? What is my purpose? Who am I? Like you say, I had to dig in with the self because I am all in existence. I'm the all in all. Right? Everything is true, is an extension of my true self. So I had to tie into me because I went through something. God, if I break down my life story to you personally, you'll be like, I see why the fuck he at, where he at. I've been trying to run into y'all and build like this for the longest just to try to wait. You the one, man. Listen, G, please listen. This is what's going on. All these years since before we was physically existed. Before we physically existed, they learned how to they stripped our name, which you know through the science of information.
God, do not, God. Listen, God. Listen.
Y'all think I'm playing? Look up your life, man.
I don't think you're playing, God. This is what I'm gonna tell you, God. This what I'm gonna tell you. This what I'm gonna tell you. See, with all that, you know, soul warfare and stuff. Listen, God. See, like I said a few minutes ago, there's certain just statements, you know, and it's not the words in the statement. I'm saying it's the idea that's manifested through the words in that statement. You know what I'm saying? See, God, that science that you're dealing with, right, is going to make you try to manifest this science, right, by using Yakub's laws instead of using it. I'm explaining to you why, God. See, Yakub's laws, right, is that the people who is his followers have to build his nation by destroying. That you have to destroy, you know, certain people, you know, especially motherfuckers who we detect they not like us in whatever way. You listening, bro?
I'm with
you know, see, Allah's teachings, right, is that we have to build this nation, God, by teaching. You understand what I'm saying? And by teaching who we are and what our fullest potential is. You see what I'm saying? Because, like you said, see, when you deal with that Luciferian science, right? See, they thrive off of the righteousness that you don't do.
The rotation of the sun, moon, and stars is unrighteousness? Or was that knowledge being stripped from you that they apply to keep you lost?
All right, now look, after we finish dealing with this topic right now, right, then ask me that question.
All right.
What I'm talking about is in terms of, you know, what you got to study and learn. You see what I mean? Like, see, I study and learn Allah's mathematics. See, we do that because that's what we got to pass on. Like, see, the science that they dealing with, look, it's in there. Like, for instance, if you want to see in the scripture, right, you read Moses' teachings. See, in Moses' teachings, what it tells them how to live, how to live a respectful life, how to build a home for themselves. You understand what I'm saying? So it tells them in Leviticus about how to eat the right foods. You know what I'm saying? It gives them all types of different laws about how to deal with each other righteously in a society. But it also teaches them about this covenant that they're supposed to get from Yaqub, right? To do whatever they, you know, they establishment is. So, you know, that goes for that. Like, if that's what you want to study, but see, God, I'm not going to do none of that. Like, I know those degrees. So I see from the very beginning of the idea. You see what I'm saying? Like, you know, look, I'm kind of well known for that. That, look, everybody will like somebody, and I'll come through like, yeah, I don't like your man. And your man is a snake, and listen, more often than not, I turn out to be right. And see, it's because I recognize the language of Yaqub and what he's got to do and what he teaches. And see, that's where you starting at. When you start at what everybody else is doing. See, that's Yaqub shit. You're observing that they're 70% satisfied and 30% dissatisfied. And now you come up with your idea to fix this by destroying the 70%.
No, I see 70% dissatisfied, 30% satisfied. That's what I see.
When, right now?
Right now. Hell yeah, right now.
Well, how you got the 30% satisfied, right? Because that's not what, you know, look, I haven't gone out and taken a survey. I haven't gone out and taken a survey, but I would say, you know, I would say at least 85% is dissatisfied, and not even 5%, not even 5% is satisfied. Yeah. We got our numbers for this day and time.
We both at the beginning. We both like wake up because you said it's 30, 70, 30 first. You started.
No. See, this is what I'm saying, God. This is why I asked you if you know 120. See, God, that's the story of Yaqub. Is that at that time there was 70% satisfied and 30% dissatisfied. And see, by observing, hold on, wait a minute, by observing the elements of that story, right? And seeing how they play themselves out, the dynamics between people and events, right? I'm able to see now, even if those numbers are different, but in 8,367 to 8,400, in that time, it was 70% satisfied, 30% dissatisfied.
How did they switch the math?
Yaqub's laws. That's what he promised his nation he would do.
Now you hit the mark. This is where I'm at. In order to beat them, you gotta what?
No.
No, not that saying. I know we gotta join them. You don't know.
I'm glad you didn't say that.
If I was still here, I wouldn't be able to be here talking to you because I know something that they know I know. They know I know. It's something else, God, and I'm trying to explain it to you, but you think it ain't. See, I had to know what they know and counter that shit.
Listen.
That's my duty. You can do what you want, but that's my duty. I'm here to counter that bullshit.
Okay. And now hold up. Now we have to meet. Hold up. Now we have to meet of it. How you gonna counter it?
I need time to master this shit like they had time to master ours.
Yeah, see that you need time to learn Yakub's law. Exactly what I said. You need time to learn Yakub's law.
From snatching the God's soul. They snatching the God's soul. They put niggas on demon time, got motherfuckers jumping off of crates like sacrificial lambs like they did in Mayan time, killing off all them vessels. We out here fighting vessels. We ain't fighting humans. Niggas ain't humans no more. These niggas, they ain't gods no more than they gave their souls up because they had their lowest points, man. All the devil wanted was your soul. They gave the world right, they gave everybody your own. It's kind of sick. Go look at my page and see what I'm talking about. I'm trying to counteract this shit.
Why I gotta look at your page? Why I gotta look at your page when you right here? No. Bruh. Once again, I'm gonna tell you. I've been doing this for 35 years.
You know I ain't lying, girl.
Listen. I've seen a whole lot of things. That's not what I'm asking you about. I'm asking you as God that all right, let me ask you this. Are you the Asiatic black man that making the only human planet Earth, father, civilization, and God of the universe? Okay, so what I'm asking you to do is further our education right now. Like, see, we go look at the paper. If we go look at your page and we have a question, no, you right here, right now. You can just tell us what you mean. Like what I'm saying, and listen, I'm not asking you to do an impossible mission. What I do every week, every Monday and Tuesday, is I come on here and I tell people exactly what I mean. You understand what I'm saying? Like that's what you have to do. And what I'm saying is that science that you speaking, right, is in the lessons. Like if you want to learn, if you want to learn, right, their science, study your 21st to your 34th degrees.
34th, yeah, true.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, everything, what it sounds like you're doing to me, right, is you're going to end up chasing. Because you got to remember, establishment is constantly being renewed.
Yeah.
Meaning the way that they was indoctrinating people, right, and holding people in look, justice. I know, but listen, justice. I have to stop this. I have to stop this. I have to. I'm about to get off anyway. But you're right. See, that's why I don't get frustrated, because like you said, I deal with children, and then that way, if certain things happen, they just children. You don't get as frustrated when there's a good reason. You know what I'm saying? That people might be being rebellious or not learning as quickly as indeed. But there's some of these things we have to stop. We have to stop. I was resting all day. I was resting all day. I think I got a little bit too many. But I ain't gonna let you, because I gotta go do my workout. I gotta do my workout. But so some of these things, man, you gotta realize, right? You have a lot of things that probably you seen in a lesson, you know what I'm saying? Or you might have read in a book or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But you gotta really walk and talk with brothers, guys. You gotta really walk and talk with brothers, and you really, to bring it back, he made me laugh with that, but what my brother Justice is saying here, that, listen, we gotta teach 15 and under. And so see, this science that you're saying, whether it's right or not, right? you have to be able to distill this down, God, into something. See, if you can't explain something to a child in elementary, you really don't understand it that well yourself. See, like right now, see, like when you say, yo, I gotta read all this stuff and read all that stuff. See, if it's that complicated, how you gonna teach it to the babies?
That's why I call God. That's why when I say God on here, I can't talk to God.
Right. All right. So now what I'm okay. So now what I'm listen. But see, no, it's right. It's not exact, and there's a difference.
According to them, it's right and exact though.
No. See, exact means that it's exact means that it's in the right place, in the right time, with the right people, the right delivery. See, that's when it's exact. Yes, I mean, so the things that you're saying, yeah, there may be facts in it, but see, exact means that there's a way that you can apply it. You know what I'm saying? To right now, that's the thing. Like these things that you're saying, yeah, I understand Yakub's law, but I'm saying that what you're saying, God, we took all this time. That's the 23rd and the 24th degree, God.
All this time, I did 12 miles. I only been home 2 moons. Listen, I was in that.
See, listen. Let me tell you another thing about something. Listen, let me tell you another thing that Allah taught that. You know, I was taught by our women firstborn. You know what I'm saying? And
receive first.
You know, it's a well-known part of his history, right? That at a certain point, Allah said he had to be re-educated.
On what?
See, like we were saying, that as the knowledge is being manifested, right? He got locked up. And so see, a lot of the things that was occurring, for instance, when the flag was manifested, he wasn't here when that happened.
Right.
So see, he had to be re-educated, see, because we out here in the world, God. See, you talking to 1,000 people, man. I can't be going through all the signs. You know. But that, you know, what I'm telling you is that in that same way, now that you out here, right, you gotta be re-educated and reaccustomed to what's going on out here. Yes, you know what I mean? Because this world is more dynamic. You see what I'm saying? Like when you in your cell, right, it's only one direction that things can come in and go out. Right? God, you got 4 walls in the bars, God. That's it. What else could you do? I mean, you might could bang on the wall or you might have a code with the next person, but I'm saying, even if you meet that, how you going to meet that person? Y'all going to decide that code. You got to come out the cell sometime to cooperate. I'm saying that if you get your food, it's not coming. God, if you get your food, it's not coming through the wall. It's coming through the bars. Out here in the world, God, things come from all 6 directions. Meaning things come from the front, things come from the back, things come from the left, things come from the right, things come from up, things come from down.
That don't come like that in the joint. The joint, the worst part.
God, you're not experiencing the world. What I'm telling you is this, God. When how many times in that 13 years, right? How many times you paid rent?
The 13 years?
Yeah.
6 months.
You paid 6 months of rent.
That was court cross.
Exactly. You see what I'm saying? You not, God, listen. What's the 7th degree in the 1 to 10?
1 to 10s?
Yeah.
You tell me, God.
No. You said you know 120, and the way you talking, because I don't even ask questions like that. What's the 7th degree in the 1 to 10?
God, you tell me, God.
So you don't know it?
Yes, I do, God.
All right, so what is the 7th degree in the 1 to 10? And I'm trying to give you some understanding, but I want to see if you know the 7th degree in the 1 to 10. Because the way you've been talking, it appears that you don't know the lessons. Like you're very well versed in gematria, etc., etc. And see, I'm very well versed in 120 lessons.
God, I'm true and living.
I didn't ask you if you're true and living, brother. I didn't ask you. Wait. What is the 7th degree in the 1 to 10?
God degree. God degree in the 1 to 10s. Or do you want what we teach, what we will achieve? Or do you want?
Do you know what the 1 to 10 is?
Why equal self, God?
What is it?
Why equal self? Hold on, baby girl. Hold on, get back over there. Hold on, God. All right, love. I need that. Let me have that. All right, do your homework. All right. Yes, love.
This is, see, you.
All right.
What are you doing? Taking time to get your lessons out?
No, I ain't had no lesson, God.
Yeah, because this is one of the simplest. This is one of the simplest degrees in the whole path.
Allah is the original man, supreme being, black man of the planet Earth, civilization, God of the universe. And we had my PO outside waiting on me. This bitch popped up on me.
Your PO, she must be on your Instagram here. You talking like this?
You say what, God?
I said she on your Instagram seeing you talking like this. This is why she outside.
They know I'm everywhere. They know what's going on. They know what I'm into. I told you, I'm trying to get me to join, and I'm trying to fight the forces. I'm gonna take this shit a game. I'm trying to fight the forces. They're trying to get me to join.
See, listen, man. The next time you come on live, right? Have your lessons right next to you. Then that way, if I ask you, you can flip through it quick instead of going on through all this right here, what you're going through.
The original God degree with total square miles of planet Earth?
No.
The God degree. All right, baby, take that. Tell the PO I said I'm using the bathroom.
See, now y'all see why we don't go through lessons on here? Now y'all see why. There's no point. There's no point to this here.
How much land is useful land that's used every day by the original man?
How much is used every day by the original man? All right, answer.
How much is useful land? How much is useful land? All right, take that to him. How much useful land is used every day by the total population?
No.
I mean, for itself, that's the God degree. How much useful land is used daily by the original man? The original man uses 23 million square miles.
23 million square miles.
23 million square miles. So I gotta keep going. The 8th degree.
No. Stop. First of all, don't keep. No. Stop, bro. First of all, don't keep going because you didn't even get that right. You barely got to the point where I'm trying to make. The point is, when you in jail, where's your 23 million square miles? You just said that you in the belly of the beast, you in the worst part. Where's your 23 million square miles?
It's in the mind, God, the home of God.
Yeah, no. See, that's not how we play. This ain't no spiritual shit where everything is just in the mind. This thing is manifested in reality through man, woman, and child. So see, the reality, God, that you don't have your women and your babies with you. that degree of wisdom and understanding. See, yeah, your babies is not going to sit there and teach you about physics. But see, it's going to be things that you learn from observing your babies, from your interaction with your baby. It's going to be things about life that you learn. You understand what I'm saying? You miss all of that. See, you talking about all this exchange of energy. You don't get to exchange that energy between knowledge and wisdom to bring about the best parts of life. How you going to deal with the science of everything in life? Love, peace, and happiness. And see, well, hold on. And when you come out here,
I'm meant to give this knowledge and wisdom and pass it on. That's what I'm meant for. I'm meant to add on knowledge and wisdom. I had my children, I had my homes. I did a lot of shit before. I was 18, I owned my own.
Okay, so you had your children, you had your children. Hold on. Now let me ask you a question. How old was you how old was they when you went in?
How old was who? What, my son?
Your children, you said you have children. How old was they when you went in?
I lost 3 of
Hmm?
them. I had a daughter that was 4. I had a son that was 5. And one died right. I got my baby mom got pregnant right before I got locked up. He died. All 3 of them died. One died of COVID. I mean, not COVID. One died of the flu epidemic. And one died of a brain tumor. My son died of a brain tumor. My daughter died of the flu epidemic after they gave her that shot.
And so you wasn't here for all that.
I wasn't here when they died, but I raised.
Hold on. No, say. You wasn't there for all that. And you can't see how your mathematics was limited in there.
That turned my mathematics up. That made me see reality for what it is. Understand life, God, the reality of living.
No. See, bruh. Bruh. This is not religion, and this is not philosophy. This is the science of everything in life. You missed all of that, and you're telling me that you don't see how your mathematics is limited in there.
They was keys to open up my math. How can you tell me my math limited? When they was doors, they was situations and experiences for me to transition to the next phase.
God, you are the foundation. You are the foundation of your family. See, God, do not. Stop all that stuff you're talking about the devil. Stop all that stuff talking about who's brainwashing who. You need to fix your own mind. You gotta fix your own mind, bro.
You know what helped me focus, God?
You gotta fix it. No. What helped you focus? You're not focused, bro. Now listen. And what I'm saying, take this the right way. I'm not condemning you. Anybody can make mistakes, God. See what I'm saying? But positive elevation always corrects errors. And see, the first step of positive education, just like with everything else, is doing the knowledge, man. See, one thing you have to do in order to learn another step, you gotta accept that you don't know, or you gotta accept that other people know more than you, or you gotta accept that you've done the wrong thing, so now you gotta learn what is the right thing. And what I'm telling you is that is a greater situation than all the other shit you talking about, Illuminati, whatever the fuck you talking about. The greater situation, God, is you being there to be the knowledge degree, to be the Asiatic black man, to make it the owner, the king of the planet Earth, father of civilization, and God of the universe, God. See, when you, hold on, God, wait a minute, God. When you don't do that, forget about what the devil did. Because you was the first one that was supposed to do something. See, like I told you, brother, see, only your word is bond. You can't make my word is bond. You can't tell nobody my word is bond. Only your word is bond. You got to stop these things, God. Listen, I'm telling you, that's not what we teach, God. This is a family science. It's not about all this lizards from outer space and stuff like that, man. Study your life, bruh. I'm gonna give you one. We on every day. We'll be back on tomorrow at 7:00. But in the meantime, God, listen, what I'm gonna tell you is study your lessons, man. Like all that stuff that all that stuff that you read, all that Illuminati, lizards, Satan is God, all that shit. God, okay, now what you need to do is study your mathematics and your alphabet and come to an understanding of that. I don't want to hear no more of it, God. God, I don't want to hear no more of it, God, because you're God. I don't want to hear no more of it. You got to study your lessons. The next time we speak, we need to speak from a common ground of the lessons.
We're gonna go through the whole. I'm listening. All right, I'm gonna tell you one thing, God. One thing, God. This is where the lessons took me. Now you say what I'm talking about is in the lessons. Why is it in the lessons? All right. I'm asking you simple questions and everything, and you keep.
No, you ain't asking me one question. You keep going on and on. What is the question you asking me then?
I asked you two questions, never answered.
What's the first one?
How did Father Allah come into the light of?
I just told you, man. I just told you. I just no. I went through no. Wait. Stop. Maybe you didn't hear me. But wait, what'd you say?
What I tell you about the dates, the Asiatic calendar and the dates and the mathematics.
God, stop it, God, stop it. No, God, listen, God. I do not believe in religion. You got to talk to somebody else about that. God, listen. I do not believe in religion. I do not believe that something is supposed to happen just because today is September 27th. Like if you just talking about the prophecy and prediction, right? It's prophesized and predicted that it's going to be, wait a minute, it's prophesized and predicted that it's going to be a class here every Monday. But see, I got to come over here and do that for it to happen. It's not just because it's Monday, it's going to happen. Things happen because I put it into activation. So I don't hear nothing about no 1950.
Telling you how them old degrees you telling me to get into 1964, which when the culture was found is what I'm talking about. The culture, when Father Allah gave the knowledge of
1964 is not in the lessons.
1964
is not in the lessons.
It ain't gotta be in the lesson. That's what I'm talking about the culture. I'm talking about the culture.
What about the culture?
I'm talking about the blood brothers, the nation of gods, the earth, all these different evolutionary cultures, whatever they want to call it, is one thing. It's gods and earths. What I'm saying is, how did Father Allah get the knowledge? How did he just wake up after all these years? Like, he changed us a certain time for things to happen.
Did you hear? All right, now listen, guys. Listen, stop. I'm gonna tell you, listen, brother, because you keep running your mouth. See, now you starting to be offensive because you keep running your mouth. And you saying things, wait a minute, you're saying things over and over. Now I'm gonna tell you how it was kicked to me, right? By the firstborn. No, I don't. I don't agree with what you're saying. I'm telling you, I'm me. Don't tell me I agree with what you're saying. I'm telling you, God, that the firstborn told me, God, that by studying the first degree in the 1 and 10, and that degree saying that the original man is the black man is God, right? That on a particular day, they were supposed to be going to pray at a particular time. And Allah went to wash his face. And as he was washing his face, that degree, he was thinking on that degree. And then it hit him that, wait a minute, that degree is talking about me.
Where does the thought come from?
God, he entered, God, do not, he came.
I'm high science. You keep going to degrees. I'm taking these degrees where we're supposed to take them.
What high science are you talking about?
It's God. You're talking about you building with the babies. I'm building with God. I'm I'm not building with no babes. I'm building with God.
God, what high science are you talking about? What high science are you talking about? What high science are you talking about? No, I'm a baby in the stuff you saying because I don't know what the fuck you talking about. A baby don't mean just biologically what age you are. I don't know what you're talking about. What?
I'm trying to get you to understand what I'm talking about. That's why you're confused. That's what's causing confusion because you don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm trying to break it down to you the whole time, but I told you I'm confused too, but I need a balance. I need somebody wise.
No. You confused by yourself. You confused by yourself. What do you mean confused too? Who's confused with you?
Confused, but we are extensions of another. I'm coming to a brother in order for understanding. Am I supposed to do that or not?
Yeah, and when I'm giving it to you, you keep talking. Hold up. Have you heard me say how Allah came to the realization that he was God? Did you hear me say that yet? Bruh, did you hear me say that yet?
I can't deal with the babies. I can civilize.
No. I just took 2 minutes to explain something to you. I'm just asking you, did you hear me?
What you say, God?
You said, how did Allah come to the realization? And then I just told you what I was taught about how he came to the realization.
All right. Then I ask you another question.
Okay, what was the second question exactly? So you accept now that I answered the first question, right?
That's your understanding.
No, it's not my understanding. That's the history. See, the shit you talking about 1950 years after the birth of Jesus, that's stupid, God. I don't have to go through the Asiatic calendar because every year that you see, when it says AD, that means after the death of Jesus. We don't gotta figure that. That's not understanding. That's the history of the Gregorian calendar.
This man is in all degrees. I said Asiatic calendar, not Gregorian. I said
Where's the ledge? You right with the ledge.
Jesus is in all degrees, so how does he? How it doesn't matter? Why does it?
Bro, do you know what the Gregorian calendar is? Do you know what the Gregorian calendar is?
It's the devil's calendar.
What is it? What is it?
It ain't our calendar.
What is it?
It's the European calendar. It's not our calendar.
Who did,
Only in Greek thought, Greek shit.
who did it come from? No, it's not Greek. 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 So wait. So wait.
I know Asiatic calendar and this Gregorian calendar that we follow, or supposedly follow.
So wait a minute.
All right, that's the name.
So wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who's the Greek that made the Asiatic calendar? Tell me that.
I don't care about no Greek made the Asiatic calendar. I'm not talking.
No, I said who's the Greek that, did I say Asiatic calendar? Wait a minute. Who's the Greek? What was the question again? I answered the question. You keep talking.
Where does a thought come from?
You said, what does a thought come from? Or where did that thought come from?
No, where does a thought come from? From your mind.
Yeah, well.
It comes from your mind.
Yeah.
No, it comes from your mind. No.
Yeah.
Where is the source? Now, your mind may be the source of the thought, but where is that energy come from? Where is the power?
Wait a minute, hold up. You just said, wait a minute. You just said your mind might be the source, but it came from somewhere else? Instagram is lit, y'all.
You produce the thought. You cause the thought. You cause the thought. You.
That's how many parts this brain, Darkim. I don't know. Come on, man. What you doing? Don't make this hard, guy.
You ask a question that maybe you don't know the answer to. Now, you asking the man, where is the thought? Where is it produced from? It's produced from you. All right, produced from you. The son of man. The son of man. No. Allah produced the thought. You. The mind, the original man. Because you ain't so proof. Hold on, brother. Let me say this to you. And I don't mean to jump in on the conversation, but you ask a question like that. And it's like, listen, you the one that produced the thought. You. Right. You talk about the son. Hold on. You talk about the son of man. That's you. Right. is you. So if you ask him the question, where is it produced at? It's like maybe you the only one to know the answer to that. Hey, but as far as I know, when I think of things, it's me thinking of it. When he thinks of things, it's him thinking of it. All right, you saying where is that? You saying where is that produced? Where is that thought produced from? No, he's not going to ask questions like that. Our father not figured out what he figured out. He went through the ranks of the Nation of Islam. Am I correct?
Right.
Am I correct? No, he went through all ranks in the Nation of Islam and learned every house science degree. Am I correct?
No.
Listen, brother, as far as I understand, you're 120 degrees, 360, or however you want to put it. He can't but what I know this much. That he learned was the first lesson. Hold on, it was the first lesson. Right. Which is who was the original man? Who he was. Right, that's all I know. Right, that's all I know. I don't know all the lessons. Now, in order for him to get that understanding, to get to them degrees, he has to go through all other degrees to get that understanding. It's the look at himself. It's the accumulation of himself. Listen, hold on, brother. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. No, go ahead, brother. I'm sorry. I apologize. Now let's see what you say. Knowledge, you jumped in over here. You jumped in over here. See, listen, knowledge is part of what I know. Hello? Hello? Y'all with me?
Yeah, we listening.
All right, knowledge is an accumulation of facts through observing, learning, and respecting. Knowledge is truth. Truth is the foundation of anything, and everything made up. Everything is real. Am I right? Am I right? I agree. All right, now everything. Now please listen to me. I'm just listen, because I gotta put this shit in proper order. I'm the type of person that has a billion thoughts. Yeah, it's like a puzzle piece, 1,000 puzzle pieces. You gotta throw on the table. Look how long it takes to put together. That's why I need brothers to build, to put these pieces together. When I come to you, I may be sounding crazy, but I'm not. I need to put one piece together. That's why I need people to listen. The best listener is the best knower. As far as what I've learned. I need to put it together, God. The whole time I've been trying to put it together. Through all this shit, regardless of ups and downs, misunderstandings, stuff like that, it's all bullshit.
God, listen, this what I'm telling you. This what I'm telling you. This what I'm telling you. You see, listen, bruh. You know how you listen, you say you're trying to put something together, right? You know how, listen.
You agree with me now, don't take me off course. You should do it anytime you've been doing it.
Not because I don't agree with you. How are you coming to the conclusion that I agree with you?
And then I sound stupid.
I didn't make you sound stupid. I just showed you what you're saying.
Who you sound stupid? Hey, I'm sounding stupid. I've been sounding stupid to a lot of people as far as I feel. I don't know. Y'all saying out there, y'all say I might have been on some Satanism, man. That hurt me. I ain't never on that.
Yeah, well, God, I keep asking you, where are you going with this?
All right, what I'm saying is, and where the fuck was I at? See, this is what the fuck I'm saying. You cut me off when I was emotional.
That's why you gotta slow down, bro. You gotta slow down.
You cut yourself off, brother. All right, now, everything is real. So, now this is the accumulation of facts. What we have been learning is nothing but grains of sand and facts on the beach about who we are. We know we God. We know we are powerful enough to rule things like there's no mystery. So what we can do is we are the father of no mothers. All right? We are the father of no mothers. If you say we're God, there's nothing God can't do. No, what I'm saying is, through my time, through studying what they are, whom I don't know who they is, have used to manipulate the minds of all original people down to the yellow man, was through religion. Yeah, it's all the mental things, all the mental manipulation. Everything is mental. The home of God is in the kingdom of the thought. I got hit by a RTA down. I woke up in the coma 6 months later. How was I still living? Because my brain was still rotating. You know what I'm saying? I got hit by a city bus. My brain was too much. Because I went through that phase. way anyways.
Now he's starting to get some.
I went through that phase. I'm making it out that phase right now. This is where I'm at. I'm making it out that phase. I went through that phase in the hellhole. You know what I'm saying? 45 degree jail, butt naked suicide cell with the devil's fucking around, trying to kill you in that bitch. I went through that. I went through that. Fight for the culture. That's what I'm talking about. Actual facts. That's what I'm talking about, man. In the high cycle where they don't acknowledge the culture of the penal system.
All right, now look, this is what I'm telling you, bro. This is where you gotta stop, God. What do you want? What do you want? You know, for people to say about that, because that's not a lot of teachings.
Jesus is in the degrees. I had to look up in the degrees where the Father was, so I had to accumulate knowledge from everything that they use to manipulate the minds of people to control the masses through thought, through belief, and through faith, and through all that. I had to learn the science of linguistics. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of each language, Egyptian, Hebrew, Greek, a little bit of everything to understand what I was dealing with, to understand their scriptures. You understand? The manipulation of them and everything. And what it all goes down to is who running the world today.
Okay, so now that you've done that, right? What is it that you understand?
What is it that I understand?
Yeah, like how could you, like I'm saying this, right? Hold on, wait. I'm because so you could kind of make the answer specific, right? What could you tell to a young kid right now that's 14 or 15, right? That could stop him from having to go through what you went through? You heard me?
Hold on, I'm trying to.
Yeah, see, you know.
I can't listen. Them type of words you can't just come out and say that, because you talking about. I know he asked you a question. He just said all this stuff. Hold on, brother. All right, let me feel. All right, we go down. You can now to the wisdom. That's what I'm saying. You can now to the wisdom. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. To the wisdom. That's what I'm saying. Listen, there is nothing greater than you. So learn everything that goes on that controls everything around you. That's key. There's nothing greater than you. So learn everything around you that controls everything around you.
Okay.
That controls everything around you.
And what are those things that control everything around you?
What you allow to control your emotions, make you make improper decisions to advocate your own demise.
Wait, what? Say again?
I'm a technical dude, but I'm technical, man. I'm a scientist. I'm technical. He said I'm not simple, man. That's why he said God is making it down to you. Hold on, brother. He said talking to a 14-year-old. You talking to a 14-year-old. You ain't being technical like that if they don't have that understanding. If they don't know it, how they gonna understand it? See what I'm saying? So he's saying to you that, all right, so how would you say that to a 14-year-old? Or that you just said? You gonna say it all technical? You gonna give him a big piece of steak and he can't eat that? He can't, no. He's supposed to drink milk. So then give him some milk. The first one was good. The first one was good. Some milk then. Well, let me hear the milk. I want to hear the milk. There's nothing greater than you. Learn everything around you that you feel. Learn everything that you feel is greater than you, or that is in control of everything around you. Learn everything about everything that is in control of everything around you. Learn what's in control of everything around you. So the next question he asked you, all right, so the next question he asked you, what was the things around you that controlled you? That's the next question he asked you. What was those things? Describe it. All right, talk to the 11-year-old. The things around you that control you. The things around you that control you are things that you allow to make the wrong decisions. All right.
Now here's the thing now. Why do you have to study all this Satan stuff? Why do you have to study that?
It ain't nothing to do with that. It's all energy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I've been telling you the whole time. This teachings don't have nothing to do with what you're talking about.
It does. When it come to me building with y'all, that's a whole nother level.
Right.
That's a whole nother level.
Right. That's definitely got nothing to do with this.
So what's the purpose in learning that nonsense? So no, it's being niggas asking you. What's the power? What's the energy that you get out of that nonsense? All right. When it comes to the mathematics, you tell me it's energy in there? There's energy is in there. That's good. Energy in there. You giving off energy by speaking words right now, God. With the crooked face and everything, you just gave off a bad energy like I'm doing, like I'm saying something wrong. Yeah, I gave off a bad energy. You know why? Because let me tell you why. Why I gave off that energy is because you say you the God of the universe. You say you studying life lessons. So therefore, what purpose do you have with nonsense like that? You have nonsense. If you hold on. How many subjects you got in school? I'm talking about a large mathematics. And we talk about a large mathematics and supreme wisdom. So tell me how does any of that stuff compare to a large mathematics and supreme wisdom? All that Satan stuff and all this different type of stuff. When the messenger came and told you about all that, he came and broke down all them ciphers. The messenger told you about it. And then the voice, the one with understanding, who's Allah, came and gave you the understanding of what the messenger told you. So that's all you need. All that other stuff is nonsense. Satanism and all this stuff, but that's crap. And I said, I don't care if you don't like it. I don't care about that. You understand what I'm saying? That ain't got nothing to do with me. I don't care about it. What I'm saying is, so why you studying? It's what they use to manipulate the people into putting their energy into something else. If I'm praying to you, I'm giving my energy, I'm worshiping them. If you got an accumulation of people putting their energy into something, it's going to manifest. Thoughts are energy, they manifest reality. If you got a bunch of people thinking about one thing, putting all their energy into something, it's going to manifest a certain thing. This is how science you're not into. This is in the degrees that the father mastered. Brought back and like, oh shit, it's bigger than that. And he said they was gonna kill him, and he figured this shit out before he could get it out. They smoked. They said, brother, it's bigger than what I advertise. But this listen, hear me out. Hear me out for a second. What we trying to do is stop all that with righteousness. That's what I'm trying to do. Hold on, brother. And love, peace, and happiness. So they go where that is and use that against that stuff. Don't study that stuff and then try to regurgitate it back and say that I need it. Because I don't need it. No, I said you need it. You don't need it. You don't need it. What ain't for you ain't for you. I'm saying this for me. You can hear what I'm saying. I'm a scientist. I'm a scientist. You can stand here for be a mad scientist. Don't be like Yakub. I'm a scientist. I want you to be God. I don't want you to be a scientist. I want you to be God. Anybody, you say you a scientist, don't be God. You say you the God of the universe. I want you to be the God of the universe. Anybody that know me deal with righteousness. Not all that stuff. One person that makes no sense. Would speak bad on me in no kind of way. Besides, I'm not speaking bad on you. I'm telling you the truth of it. Besides, you want me to tell you lies. You want me to play with all that stuff. Satanism, Christianity, and all this other different type of stuff. We're not here to talk about that. We're here to talk about what Allah's mathematics do. What I'm saying, who is the devil in the lesson? This is what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to unlock the lesson to them to a degree they never seen it ever. The devil is what I'm saying about God's beautification of all these years about Yahoo or what we are scientists. We gonna save babies, but we got a high scientists. I know we created, God created all that. What did God create the devil for? What did God make the devil for? God is not doing what did he make the devil for? What was the devil made? To make him better. To make him better for the devil and conquer the devil. If I'm not about to be in the same position, you know me fucked up, man. Telling me I can still get time. Who the fuck saying I can get locked up? If I'm God, how can I get locked up, man? This is where I'm at. These motherfuckers made bad decisions. I'm asking you, man. God allows an accumulation of thoughts. Why you trying to master the devils, man? Why you trying to master the devils, man? Master yourself. You're the stars, not the devil. bet you still eating hamburgers going to witness shit. I don't eat none of that. I'm thinking everything I eat is organic. I'm racist. I mean, I'm all by your soul, man. I'm all by your soul. You said I'm at McDonald's, you ain't got no reason to be on. If you go eat McDonald's, you ain't got no reason to be on the line. I will. If you eat something I can't call, you ain't got no reason to be on the line. Listen, you're not going to tell me I can't call. You sound stupid since you talking like that. See, you talking about what you eat. You think what you eat make me shit? Hold on, brother. Let me tell you something. Do you think what you eat make me shit? Hell no. Man, so then why you telling me about what you eat? Tell me about what you know. All that science and stuff you just was talking about. Tell me about that. I'm 14 years old and I want you to give me some milk. I just fed you some eggs. Don't give me the steak. I want the milk. I want the milk, brother. Yes. Learn everything. Follow the sun, moon, stars. Learn everything about your life, about you. Learn everything about you. Let me ask you a question though. Why are you following the sun, moon, and stars? Tell me that. I'm asking you a question. Why do you want me to follow the sun, moon, and stars? What they gonna teach me? Because when a child is born, the star is born. You have to follow and find a star you were born to wonder why. And what that star means, what your life means. That's what that means. Look at the stars, the sun, moon, and stars. That's what that means. You telling me that's what that means? What's your purpose? That's my purpose. What's your purpose? What's the child is a star. The child is born, the star is born. All right. Peace, God. Follow the sun, moon, stars. Follow the sun, moon, stars.
Listen, man. Listen. Can I ask you a question? Which? The allegory to the uncircumference is approximately 25,000 square miles. It really is the rotation of the sun on the stars every 24,896 miles, something like that, years, some shit like that. It's the rotation of the sun on the stars, man. Stuff y'all don't know about is allegory, man. Learn allegory. Learn the language y'all speaking, man. Learn the English. Master English before anything. You know what I'm saying? Master English. All right, let me ask you a question. Wait. I was, how do you mute people on this? How do you mute these people? 2,000 years ago, and this thing was your hospital, right? The reason why I bring up Jesus in the scriptures. But you say I ain't trying to hear all that past history shit where the times is. No, it's not that. It's that brother. No, don't tell. No, wait. Let's establish something. Keep doing what? No, you ain't say nothing about no degree. You know what I keep doing? Yo, bruh, no, you haven't tied nothing in yet. And what you're doing right now, hold on, wait a minute. You have a channel, right? Do you have an Instagram page? Do you have an Instagram page? Okay, now look, what you could do is do your lives and then keep running your mouth. But on my live, right, when I want to interject, right, to try to add on to the understanding, you gotta respect that. All right? So yeah, but guys, you can't speak for 30 minutes. You can't speak for 30 minutes on my live. Bruh, you can't speak for 30 minutes on my live. Okay, well look, here's the thing I'm gonna tell you. You're not ready for the live stream. Because see, when we speaking and you got all these people on it, right? We got, 77 people all together, right? Yeah, you come on, you jerking people right, man. People is at work, people trying to, get some knowledge, man. And you just keep spewing and you're never getting to the understanding. Like some of these questions that we asking you, it's not just coming from us. It's coming from people in the room that don't know what you're talking about. So what I'm saying is you have to understand that you got to come out, right, and start from scratch teaching that science. You see what I'm saying? You can't just come out and assume that we all know what you're talking about, because we don't. And hold on. And another thing you're doing is you're speaking too spiritually, right? You're speaking only from the spiritual plane about a science that relates to every plane. You know what I'm saying? Including, physically, emotionally, all these different things. So like, for instance, when you was talking about the things that happen to your seeds, and then you telling me that, you learned all this stuff. No, what about the physical and emotional support that they needed through what was going on? And like I said, anybody could make a mistake. Positive elevation always correct errors. You understand what I'm saying? Like, not to go into God's business, but he manifested it before already. You know what I'm saying? He did time in jail. Now he works at the court. You see what I'm saying? That's what the power of mathematics can do. You understand what I'm saying? See, you have got to manifest how that happens. You have to be a resource for that in the community. Being a resource for all of this scientific stuff that you're saying, and it doesn't sound very scientific because, see, when you deal with science, right, at some point, the rubber's got to meet the road. At some point, you've got to have an experiment, right, where you can prove these assertions that you're making, right? Or even more than that, there has to become an application where you can say, okay, these are the laws of physics, right? These are the laws of physics. So now, this building that I'm in, right, they had to use the laws of physics in order to build this building. And the fact that this building has been standing there the whole time is a show and prove for it. See, that's the level you got to be able to take this knowledge to, man. Your knowledge to that you're in particularly speaking. And see what you're doing. Hold on. See, we've been doing this, bruh. We've been doing this for 57 years. No, you can't do what I'm doing because it's my live. I keep telling you that. It's certain parts, you didn't learn a lot in jail, man.
You're right, but it's equality. If you give a man a chance to speak, I mean, you cut him off. It's equality.
I gave you a chance to speak.
You're God. Because you're God, right? You're supposed to deal in equality. You ain't gave equality 3 times.
Listen, you know how much time I've been talking to you? Yeah, I don't know. The Instagram cut him off. It wasn't me. Instagram had enough. But I put the live back on. I hope you don't come back though. But just, So, welcome to my world. Welcome to my world. What happened here? Why it's frozen? Yeah, that was whew. See, listen, that's what I'm telling you something, man. Beware of who you are teaching out there. Beware of who you are teaching out there. Yeah, now I don't know. It just ended. I think, see, on Instagram, what it appears is that's like a certain period of time that you be live and then it cuts you off. You know what I'm saying? But I'm thinking maybe Instagram heard the stuff he was saying. I heard the stuff he was saying. It was like, we got to do something. Who's this? Ayamaya Naturals. Peace, Ayamaya Naturals. Knowledge. I don't know if was you just on here, Ayamaya, when we was having a discussion when we was having a discussion with what's your brother's name? Yeah, I don't know. IG Live, they had enough, man. It was like, look, I don't know what is going on here, but it's not what our platform is for. you know, some of these alternative theories, it's not that they can't be real. You know what I'm saying? But it's that at some point you have to show and prove them. Like you have to, you've got to be able to build something. You know what I'm saying? That we can see that, in the building of that thing, it required the application of the knowledge that you're advocating. At some point, it's that's got to be how we start thinking. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, study your lessons. Stay away from all that behold the pale horse and all that shit. You dying breed, you thought that was interesting too. I mean, I like the part when the other brother came on and oh man, Justice, Space Invaders has landed. Listen, Space Invaders has landed. I tell you right now, we need to take up a collection. Everybody hit the Cash App. We need to take up a collection to get him some jet fuel for his rocket ship so he can go back where he can. We need to take up a collection. Take up a collection, man, so we can buy him some rocket fuel. And he can go back to the galaxy where that stuff makes sense. That's how we gotta deal with that level of equality. We can't be stingy out here, man, with the brothers that they might be from a little different planet. He's definitely from a place where things get strange when you start to get close to the galaxy with the yellow sun. We definitely have to, Instagram has been quite an addition to the Random Jewels family of networks here. Listen, man, you gotta tell me, when did the time come when y'all started giving the knowledge out to people like that? Like that had to. When did the time come when y'all started giving knowledge out to people like that? Like we didn't get knowledge out to people like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, they're attracted to you.
No.
You're the piece of the magnetic, man. You turn that Instagram on. Yeah, here they come.
Man, I don't know what happened. That brother Kashim, Lloyd Kashim or something, that he comes on, he makes videos sometimes, he be talking about the school, but he'll never know what he's talking about.
Yeah, I never heard.
Yeah, I seen him too at the rally the first time.
He an older brother?
Yeah. But he's one of the people that, you can look at him and tell you're supposed to cross the street. And he's not somebody that like he starts talking to me. The first thing he starts talking about is all of our channels should have 10,000 subscribers. I ain't scrams. I don't want no 10,000 people around me. Especially if 9,999 of them motherfuckers. Listen, I'd rather just the one motherfucker there. You know what I'm saying?
Who's sport us, nutrition us?
SIT.
Oh, yeah. No, I was in YouTube.
Brother said he from Pelon. I don't think he's from Pelon. I don't think he's from Pelon. You know what I mean? But you know, the brother, the best thing I could tell him to stay on course, maybe he could take the wordsmith with him as a co-pilot. He could take the wordsmith with him, the co-pilot. You know what I'm saying? But you know, he's at that level.
What's those brothers' names?
When he's going out of space, tell Jesus, please take the wheel. Or Satan, whoever you think is purified, tell him take the wheel, Satan.
What's their name? The two that was on here.
The one brother's name was Born, the brother that was the voice of reason. And the brother who, I don't know what he was talking about. I don't know his name. You know, that was the first time I seen him. I don't think he's a member of the Western name. I ain't never seen him before. You know, there's a lot of people like that now. You know, but you know one thing though, and I'm gonna end with this note. I'm gonna go. Y'all didn't cut all my workout down, man. I ain't even gonna be able to get my shit in. I gotta do a little half a workout. Sometimes it's like that though. You need a couple light days. You know what I'm saying, during the week, contrast and shit. But who was it? A brother made a comment, right? Where he said, see, this is why you need a teacher.
S. Reed.
Who?
S. Reed said that.
S. Reeves. Thank you for that, S. Reeves. S. Reeves, during the mix, S. Reeves comment, he said, now I see why you need it. Listen, so sometimes that's what you got to do. Take the best part for yourself and leave the rest alone. See, I'm getting older now. See what I mean? I'm not old, but I'm getting to that age where, see, when they was going back and forth, I like that shit. I like that kind of Nah, that's what happened when you hit a certain age. Motherfuckers just like action. I don't give a fuck what it is. You looking out the window. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I can't call it, but study lessons. But he said he doesn't have he said he didn't have the lessons, but he know them, right? See how these people be? I can detect it. But yeah, though, when S. Reeves said that, man, you know, if we could take anything, you know, positive from that interaction, you know what I'm saying? It's that, you know, yeah, you got to walk and talk with people, you know, so that you can actually know what this thing is about. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is the part right there that demonstrates that, you know, this is not a science that you can memorize. You know what I'm saying? This is not just a conceptual thing. You see what I'm saying? It's a long, and you know, the concept, it exists everywhere, but in some things, it's not respected. You know what I mean? Like, see, if a person tells you they're a basketball player, you're gonna say, oh, what team you play for? You see what I'm saying? Because to be a basketball player, you gotta play basketball with other people that play basketball. You understand what I'm saying? If you say, I'm a boxer, or you a boxer, what's your record? Well, who you fought? You know, what weight class you in? See, these are things that you cannot get from the book. These are things you can't get from the internet. These are things you can't get because your parents is 5%. These are not things you could get because you grew up around 5%. These are things that could only come from living it out. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, like Shah said right here, it's a way of life. it's not a set of facts. You understand what I'm saying? It's not something that, you know, the lessons, for instance, where you could just memorize it like a speech. Yeah, you can memorize it like a speech, but see, your word can't be bond like that. See, word is bond is strictly a living out thing. You understand what I'm saying? That, you know, we know that there's a world of 6 and a world of 7, right? But we also know that we exist in both. We know that the laws for each is unique to each realm. But we got to exist in that world where we can come and do all this talking, but we also got to exist in this world where the people in our community know who we are because we doing positive things. You know what I mean? Whatever that community is, whether it's at your job, you know what I'm saying? People know that, yo, we could go to West Coast Wise if this problem right here exists. You know, West Coast Wise, he know how to handle that. You know what I mean? Or this person, you see what I mean? Whatever it is, that's actually from things that we do and how we manifest our power, you know what I'm saying, in all these different situations, you know what I'm saying? And when you don't, and you get caught up in these other things, you find yourself on the internet looking for answers to things that people is telling you that, look, dude, you in math class asking English questions. We don't know about fucking old McDonald over here. We don't know why the chicken crossed the road over here, son. All we know is 1 chicken crossed, 0 chickens made it. You know what I'm saying? That's all we know in math class, man.
One of the brothers you was talking about, they spent 13 years?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He been in jail 13 years. That's how to tell him. See, you gotta be re-educated, yeah. And you know, from the way he's talking, you did them 13 years in solitary. John Guy said, those types of individuals, all you have to do is ask them to get a point or make a complete thought, and they are frozen. Yeah, I mean, that's what ended up happening. You know what I'm saying? But that's what you see, you know, that occurs. Yeah, I don't get too far off into the outer space. You know, like I told the other brother the other day, look, man, you know, I got enough issues right here with this 196,940,000. You know what I'm saying?
I was waiting to the ledge.
Yeah, you know, like I said, I gotta get my artwork and everything back. How it's supposed to be. See, the way I had everything before was saved. Like I gotta get my sound effects and everything together. You know what I mean? Peace.
Yeah, I was like, man, the God
See,
criteria for going down the rabbit hole is more complex now. I'm serious.
see, West Coast Wise, you made the young guy had to bomb you. Don't try to run.
You said what?
I said the young guy just bomb you. You try to run. Don't make the guy come catch you, man.
Who are you talking about?
The young guy that was just bombing you in the background right there. You think I didn't hear that? Oh, that was a young queen bombing you. All right.
Yeah.
the young queen was letting you have it right there.
I was running like your 2 track stars on here.
Yeah. But yeah, before we get off though, complete, we went through some city signs in the very beginning of the live before everybody came in. We went through some city signs that I think you probably enjoy the city sign segment. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Judge said Musa taught them how to build homes for themselves. Yeah, I mean it's all in there. You know what I'm saying? We already been through a lot of these things. You know what I'm saying? And people gotta realize that, you know, even like when you're a young brother, you come into the knowledge, you got all these ideas, but it's like, you know, like say for him, right? He had the knowledge. He said he, you know, 13 years or whatever, you know, like scrams. Okay, that's like 1/3 of the time I had the knowledge. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, what if somebody that had the knowledge 3 years is trying to tell you how this go? And it's like, you know, first of all, you teach it wrong. Go teach over there. Don't try to teach the 5%. It don't say that in nowhere. Listen, man, you could be around a whole bunch of 5% and don't tell them a motherfucking thing. That shit ain't got nothing to do with no penalty. You supposed to teach the uncivilized. Now, motherfucker got the knowledge that he's being uncivilized. He's the 10%. He's not the 85%. You can tell him a motherfucking thing. He know what time it is. And when the shit happens, that's all you got to tell him, nigga, you know. Yeah, like Lord Bernie Justice said, that's those people, the prison houses for them. Whether it's the prison house that Yakub built for them, or whether it's the prison house they built for themselves in life, where now you limited, you can't do things. You know what I mean? Same way people be in jail and motherfuckers don't come visit you, so you done did things with your life, but your family don't even want to see. You don't even want to come visit you. See what I mean? Because you done built a prison house for yourself. There's all type of people I see out there in the street like that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, definitely, man, you know, don't get caught up in all this stuff, man. And, you know, use that as a tool. You know what I'm saying? Like if you learn something, right? Apply that. Apply it as a tool to see how real it is. Like, don't be walking around with this knowledge, you know what I'm saying, for all this time. You know, you got whatever knowledge you got whatever facts that you're supposed to be focused on, and then you get to the moment where you're supposed to activate it, and you find out that all that shit was bullshit. You don't want that to happen. So use how you apply this knowledge, man. You know what I mean? You know, if you got something and you can't figure it out, you know what I'm saying? That's the only way you're going to figure it out is applying it. That's the only way to see the full reality of it. You see what I'm saying? Just like when Allah Life was on here the other day, you know what I'm saying? And he was saying how, you know, when he in the military and you over there on a battlefield, right? Now, doing the knowledge becomes a matter of life and death. See, that's what happens. See, all the people that be asking about, yo, well, what if you were older, brother, you in your 20s or 30s and you get the knowledge? That's the difference. Is that when you get the knowledge as a child, you can experiment with high explosives. And even if they blow up in your face, you can recover. But see, the older you get, these matters become matters of life and death. You understand what I'm saying? You don't take care of what you gotta take care of. You know what I'm saying? People gonna be dealing with hard time, hunger, nakedness, and out of doors. That's right. Actual fact. So, you know, like I said, man, you know, everybody that made it this far in the live, you know what I'm saying? Do the each one, teach one, hit the like button, subscribe, you know what I'm saying? Post this on your other pages for those people that might be interested to find out we on here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody that was on Instagram or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Hit the join button, you know what I'm saying? We come on Mondays and Tuesdays. You know, we on a couple more days a week sometimes, but things are a little bit hectic. So we've been kind of sticking to Mondays and Tuesdays. But you know, in the meantime, in between time, this is Darkim Be Allah. We signing off from the Random Jewels channel, aka the channel formerly known as Hotep, aka the Medicine Cabinet, aka the G Building, aka City Science Century. You know what I'm saying? In the meantime, in between time, I want to say peace. Peace, Allah. Peace.